All right, so welcome to Crystal Healing for Animals. Yay! All right, so I'm glad you're here, and we'll wait for the other two ladies to hop in. And hopefully, by the end of this 8-hour class, you will recognize how we work crystals with animals is not how we work them for ourselves. It's different. It's different. And how I learned that was through Rudy and all the other animals that I have worked with. So, all right. So on the screen, I've got a list of things to have for today. And like I said, we may not get to the crystal water testing today, but you can just keep them brewing. You can never brew the crystals too long. The longer, the better, honestly. And if anything, if we don't get to them today, we'll test them first thing in the morning. So, and when I say, have a cooperative pet, even if they are not cooperative, even if they walk away, that's part of the process of what we're going to talk about. Okay? They're not always going to be cooperative, and we'll talk about what you do at that point. So, first, I would let's have you introduce yourself and, where do you live and, what do you do and how many pets do you have? So, Leslie, let's start with you.
Hi, I'm Leslie, and I live in the northeast corner of Maryland, where it meets Pennsylvania and Delaware. Um, I have three cats. My husband and I are empty nesters. Both of our kids each have two cats. So we're just cat people. I work in home health care, and the older lady that I take care of has a cat and a dog. So
Okay.
yeah, very blessed to have so many animals in my life.
Wonderful. And have you taken any other crystal classes?
I have, yes. I've taken, well, I'm Reiki 1 through 2, and so I'm planning on starting up my own Reiki business, and I'd like to work mostly with animals.
Hmm.
So I've taken like some online crystal classes and took a pendulum class and things like that. So kind of like things related to Reiki.
Okay.
That, yeah.
So if I can drop another modality into your mindset to take a look at, um,
Hmm.
because there is a teacher in, is he in Gaithersburg? Yeah, he's in Gaithersburg. He's my Reiki master teacher, but it's a modality called integrated energy therapy.
Oh, okay. I saw that on your list of credentials. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. So he teaches it. I think the name of his center is the Reiki Center for Greater Washington. His name is David Gleekel, Gleekel, and he teaches IET, and there is a pet class specific. And just to be upfront with you, IET has trumped Reiki in a big way. You
Oh,
you can
okay.
channel both at the same time,
Hmm.
but 99% of the time I am channeling IET.
Okay.
It is
And
very powerful. It gets the emotional, they call it getting the issues out of the tissues, and it focuses on emotions in the energy field. Um,
okay.
it is my go-to. Animals love it. Absolutely love it. It's very different. Reiki's relaxing.
Yeah.
IET actually pulls the stuff out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And what did you say the center is called?
I think it's called the Reiki Center of Greater Washington.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Like if you Google Reiki Gaithersburg, like
Okay.
he's probably the number one guy. He's been teaching for like, I don't know, 30 years. I mean, I took my classes from him in 2008. So that's almost 20 years ago. So he's been doing this a long time.
Okay. Okay. Good. I'll look into that. Thank you.
Yeah. All right.
Mhm.
Okay, we're still
Mhm.
missing Robin. Oh, Kelly, yay, you made it.
Yes, I'm here. Sorry about the croaky throat. Yep, I'm here.
That That's okay. Okay. Y'all, it's 1 a.m. Kelly's time. She's in Australia.
Oh,
So,
Yes.
yeah. So we're just introducing ourselves. We're waiting for one more lady to hop in who's actually having some internet issues. So Kelly, yeah, tell us where you live, like what do you do, how many pets you have.
Okay, I live on the mid-north coast in New South Wales, Australia. I have two beautiful cats. One's right next to me here, Emmy. She's black, so you probably can't see her at the moment. The other one's just sitting across next to the crystals, actually. So I've also got two dogs outside and a pet sheep.
Ooh.
So at the moment, I'm a full-time carer for my uncle with mental illness. So
Okay.
yeah,
Okay. All
so
right. Well, I'm glad you're here, even though the timing is not the best for you. So, yeah,
no, I'm a bit disappointed that that happened because I rarely ever get sick. So yeah,
yeah.
I'm here. I'm here.
Good, 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 good. Yeah, and you can mute your line. And as I'm talking about things, you can unmute yourself, interrupt me, ask a question. I just want to make sure y'all, get all your questions answered. So, all right, Susan, tell us about you.
So, I live in Northwest Georgia. The closest city is Chattanooga. Nobody's ever heard of where I live, unless you're a Civil War fan. And you might have, oh, you would have. But we live on a little farm with seven Dexter cows. So they're about half size, and currently just have one horse full time, but our my other horse and pony that I've lent to my grandkids are coming back for the winter, plus our one granddaughter's Arabian. So we're going to have a farm full. And then we have, let me think, we currently have four dogs. My older Sheltie, who finally settled, and our daughter's living with us, and her Sheltie is here. They're both starting to have a lot of health issues, which is why I'm taking this class. And and then a rescue dog, um, who's part hound, part pit bull, but I don't tell anybody that. And my husband's insane half husky. And I'm just retired, so I'm just around here. Um, and I guess that's it. So, yeah.
Yeah, and you are a full-time crystal coordinator because I know how many crystals you have.
Yes, I have quite a few. I've taken both of Allie's basic and advanced class, got my basic certification, and sort of, yeah, I definitely need a 12-step group for crystals.
Yes, yes. Welcome to the 12-step group. We are not in recovery. We are fully in our crystal insanity and yeah, enjoy the madness. So, all right. Well, Robin still hasn't hopped in, but we're just gonna keep going and hopefully she can figure it out. Like I know she just messaged me last night. Her internet went out. They haven't been able to fix it and hopefully she can find her way to a coffee shop or a library just to, get connected and get logged in. So, all right. We're not going to get to that yet. All right. So let me tell you a little bit about me. So first of all, this is Rudy. He is one of my trio. Rudy, do you want to say hi to everybody? He's probably going to sit here the whole time. It's what he does. It's his thing. So I have three cats. Rudy is 13. He actually comes from the island of St. Croix. I have a cat transport program from the St. Croix Animal Welfare Center up to a cat orphanage just outside of Washington, D.C., where I used to live. He just happened to not leave my house. So he's one of the transports. I've had him for 13 years. I also have And you're going to see photos and videos. They're also in your workbook. I have Stella. She's 9. She's my little comedian. She'll show up here and just force her way into my office. She's a little bulldozer. And then I have Dobby. He's my elder. He's 18. So he is an adoption late in life, and he is funny. Um, so you'll see videos with him. But I come to this work with crystals first and foremost as an attorney of 31 years. I've been in the field of criminal prosecution the entire time. I've either been in the courtroom or I teach. So right now I just teach. I haven't been in the courtroom for a while. Um, but I teach on animal protection. I teach on how to investigate and prosecute animal abuse cases. That's my specialty. I have been to Australia to teach on this topic. I've been to a conference in Sydney about 6 years ago to teach on it
Wow.
because as a result of that work, I created a nonprofit called Sheltering Animals and Families Together. So it is that this concept that I came up with launched the movement for domestic violence shelters to become pet friendly because we would never ask a domestic violence victim to go into shelter without their children, and we can't ask them to go into shelter without their pets. That's my legal specialty, is how animal abuse links to family violence. So I help shelters get on board. I have 6 countries. I have 400 shelters in 6 countries. Australia is one of them. I love working with Australia. Um, Kelly, there's an organization in Australia called Lucy's Project, and that's who I primarily work with. They are phenomenal. Oh my gosh, they are like
Yeah.
so cool.
Yeah. Yeah. I have not heard of that one, so I will definitely look into it.
Yeah, they're fantastic on education and just really helping to raise awareness. Um,
Yeah, well, I know recently our Animal Justice Party have just passed laws
mhm.
to have, yeah, in our parliament to have it so that, yeah, uh, survivors of domestic abuse can take their um, animals with them.
Yeah.
So I
Mhm.
think they've passed that one, or they're still working on it. They've, yeah.
Yeah.
So it's just all starting to move forward in this country for animals. So
Yeah.
it's been a long time coming.
Yep. Yeah, and I about a month or two ago, I interviewed the people with Lucy's Project about that law that
Yeah,
was just enacted. Um,
yeah.
because that's what we came together. I think it was 2018 in this conference to work on this. How can we get Australia on board with really recognizing animals as
Oh,
sentient
yeah.
beings? They are part of the family. They can experience harm just like people can. So yeah, so I've been doing that work for a long time. Um, but I when I was an attorney in the Washington, D.C. area, which is super high stress levels, um, I discovered energy healing, and it
Yeah.
started with Reiki, and then it went into integrated energy therapy, which is an angelic energy that gets the emotional issues out of the body. It's a really, really powerful technique. And then that opened up the door to crystals.
Yeah.
And when I was learning, like I took a 1 hour crystal class from my Reiki master, who I love him, I adore him. He has no credentials in crystals, none.
Yeah.
And when he taught this class, he couldn't answer questions like who said that rose quartz is a heart healer? I mean, who said that? Who came up with that? Because everybody says it. Where does it originate? And he really couldn't answer it. All he said was, well, about 5 to 6 thousand years of ancient history,
Mm.
going back to ancient civilizations. Okay, well, I can't dispute that, but that left me highly dissatisfied because I've always collected crystals. I just recently found my childhood crystal collection, and it's like, ah, look at what little Allie collected. Like, oh, I started at the age of 3 collecting crystals. So, I've always known that there's something to them. And so I found my way to a science teacher. And, this goes back to 2011, when I started taking, I basically apprenticed and mentored with her for 18 months. There was a very small group of us doing this, and I got two certifications from her, including being an advanced crystal master. And because she was a science teacher, we learned the science. So that really got me on the springboard to then really dive into it. So I always teach the science first, which then explains all the metaphysical
Yeah.
beliefs and definitions that you're going to see. And it explains why rose quartz is a heart healer. So, um, so
Yeah.
anyway, and then that opened up the door to essential oils, and I've written the Oily Pet book. I teach for Young Living at their animal conferences, especially on how you can safely use essential oils with cats. Because when I hear people say, like, you can't use any brand, not all brands are safe, but Young Living is safe. And when I even hear Young Living people say, well, oh, you can't diffuse like Young Living lemon oil with cats. Rudy says, want to make a bet? He's like,
Yeah.
my mom diffuses citrus oils all day long.
Yeah.
So I break through those myths that continue to circulate and are just absolutely false. So, and then after all of these certifications, I also have four coaching certifications. I'm a health coach, I'm a life coach, I'm a law of attraction coach. Oh, I have five certifications. I'm a leadership coach, I'm a mindset coach. Um, so I've gotten a lot of different coaching certifications. But in all of it is the foundation on helping animals, whether it's in my legal career or in my wellness career. It's all about helping animals. I have volunteered and I have been on so many boards and committees. And I mean, even when Hurricane Katrina, which was one of the worst hurricanes to hit the United States in 2005, I was on um, the American Bar Association Animal Disaster Relief Committee to create legislation so that what happened with the animals would never happen again. So I've done so much of my work with animals because I understand them. I really understand them, and I really understand cats.
Yeah.
I really do. So I work with all types of animals from um, African cows to horses to tortoise to goats and sheep and even a 4 foot long iguana named Fred. Um, Cats, but cats are my people, so I really, really understand them. So that's just a little bit about me, and because of how I really deeply understand animals. I mean, I created my own Reiki for Animals class. I created all this class that you're going to get today and tomorrow is of my creation because people are either not teaching this, or I'm finding if they do teach it, they don't have the credentials behind them. They're not doing the hands-on work. They may have a pet at home that they love and they practiced a couple of things. It takes a lot more than that to teach about how to work with animals. And so I just felt very strongly that this information needs to get out. And I've certainly dedicated, 30 plus years of my life to working with animals. So you're going to see a lot of different stories, and I'll show you different things to really help you understand how we work crystals for animals is really different than us. Okay. So, all right, let's dive in. So you all got your workbook? Yes, we're good. We're good with that. Okay. All right, we are going to start on page 7. Okay. So in the crystal world, it just it and Susan knows this because I talk about this a lot. I vent about this a lot. There are a lot of lovely, well-intentioned people who sell crystals. They open crystal stores and they sell crystals. Maybe they sell them online, but they have no crystal training at all. And I know they have no training because I hear it in their language.
Mhm.
Because there is a difference between a rock, a stone, a crystal, and a gem. And when I hear them calling crystals rocks or stones, I know they have no education. They just love crystals, kind of like 3-year-old Allie collecting all the crystals she could find, but they haven't gotten training. And so they're what they are selling, they could be passing along mislabeled crystals, fake crystals, laboratory created crystals, mislabeled crystals because they don't know. They don't have that information. So I'm hoping by the end of this class you feel a little smarter in how you shop for crystals. And at least the 10 crystals we're going to talk about in this class, you'll know how to identify whether they are real so that you can be a really smart consumer. So,
Al,
yeah.
Al, can I share an experience that happened in Florida? I
Yes.
found it's a really nice crystal shop. The owner, who isn't actually one who runs it, is he's the what do they call it? The pipe bearer for several different Native groups,
Okay.
Native American groups, right? Anyway, really fascinating guy. The ladies that are kind of running things, I found this like, oh wow, this isn't labeled at all. So I carried it into the gal and I was like, this is a pink Himalayan quartz with tourmaline in it, little specks of tourmaline. And she was like, oh, is it? And I said, well, she said, yeah, it came from the Himalayas. And she's like, I thought that was dirt.
Oh my word. Okay.
Yeah. And it had these beautiful black tourmaline. I know because we've seen it on your crystals, that you sell. And so now it has the proper label on it. But I was just like, they're the opposite. They're not selling junk, but they don't always know what they've got. They've
Yeah.
got some great ones, but anyway, just
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah. And it's hard. The more you will learn about crystals, the harder it's going to be to shop for them. You're really going to hone in on who you know and trust. And that's the thing. Like I literally just booked my flight and my rental car and my hotel to go to the big Tucson Gem Show um, next February. That's the biggest gem show, crystal show in the world. Um, but I have the people that I go to. I have vetted them. I have interviewed them. I have grilled them. I mean, I'm a former prosecutor. I know how to question people. And they know what they're doing. They properly label. So that's what I love to bring back to my store. So, but when we're looking at rocks, stones, crystals, and gems, they are all made up of minerals. 100% minerals. Okay. Now, when we look at stones and crystals, that's the photo on the top. That's what you're going to see when you go out in your yard or along the road, or even depending on what beach you may be walking along. If it's a rocky beach, you're just going to find a mishmash of minerals. There's no crystalline structure. It they're just made of minerals. Now, here's the thing, minerals are solid. They naturally occur in the earth. They are considered inorganic because they don't come from a living thing, although I believe that the earth herself is a living entity, but it's not like they're coming from a tree or a decaying animal. Okay, they're coming from the earth, so considered inorganic. And they have a fixed composition, which means the chemical formula never changes. Iron is always iron. Aluminum is always aluminum. Calcium is always calcium. Magnesium is always magnesium. Doesn't matter what you do to it. So think of iron. They pull iron out of the ground, they melt it down, they then build it into beams so that they can build a skyscraper or a house or, an office building. And then there's a hurricane or a tornado or a fire, and the whole structure comes down. They take that iron, they melt it down again, and they create something else with it. It's always iron, no matter what they do to it. That's the thing with minerals. No matter what you do, they always have that fixed composition. The chemical formula never changes. Okay, so that's what stones and rocks are. Minerals compressed, not particularly pretty, although some are. Now, when we get to crystals, rocks can crystallize. And what that means is internally there is a fixed repeating crystalline lattice. This is a three-dimensional pattern of how the atoms are growing from the inside and out. And crystals have what's called a C-axis. I want you to think about like a spinal column. Like we have a spinal column, and like a human being literally grows out from the spinal column. That's what happens with crystals. There is this spinal column that rocks and stones don't have. And along that spinal column, it spirals in a three-dimensional pattern, and it gives this crystalline lattice, which is why crystals look different than stones and rocks. I mean, some crystals look like stones and rocks, but overwhelmingly, they are different. Okay. Now, gems and semi-precious gemstones are the crystals with the extreme clarity to them. So at the bottom of the screen on the left, see those two red crystals? The one on the left is ruby in crystalline form. The one next to it is ruby in gemstone form. Ruby as a crystal is not clear. But if it becomes clear, then that becomes a gemstone. Now, the green crystal next to it is emerald. Emerald can be just a crystal, not a gemstone. But when they find the clarity, it becomes a gemstone, and that's why they're so expensive. Okay? So when we are working with crystals, especially with animals, we are blending our energies, not only the energy of the crystal, but our energy and the animal's energy. We cannot change this internal molecular structure of crystals. What we do is we combine our frequencies, and that is what brings change physically and behaviorally to animals, because we are transcending into energy. We are getting beyond physical matter. Okay, and I'm going to talk about that in a little bit. So here is an example of the crystalline lattice, that C-axis that looks like a spinal column. So this is a picture of a fluorite that I have here in my office. And she is just a perfect teacher to show this. You can often see this in quartz. So, whenever you have a quartz that has all of this like swirls and cloudiness inside of it, it is literally showing you how it grew. And it just breaks my heart when I see people say, oh, this is a low quality quartz because it's not clear. Trust me, you do not want the glass clear quartz. You want all of that because it shows you the growth pattern. Okay. So here, if you look where the arrows are, do you see when you look down on the point, it starts to create like a vortex. You see a circle going around. You see all those lines. And then the photo on the right, you see the swirls. When you look straight down on this crystal, it's like a vortex energy. It's like a hurricane or a tornado. It starts really tiny and it grows from the inside out in swirls. That's the crystalline lattice. In some crystals, you can see it. In most, you can't, but it's there. If you put it under a microscope, you might be able to see it. Okay? So, crystals were formed billions of years ago. Okay, zircon is the oldest crystal that has been carbon dated so far. So the Earth is like 4.6 billion years old. The oldest crystal, zircon, is 4.4 billion years old. Because as the Earth was forming, it was water and minerals. That's all the Earth is. And the water is just minerals as well. So the Earth is water and minerals. The heavy metals like iron, aluminum, cobalt, nickel, they were heavy. They're called heavy metals because they are heavy and they literally sank to the core of the earth. And that is what we call an iron core, but it's a crystal. It's in the shape of a crystal. I go deeper in the advanced class into that of what makes it a crystal. But at the core of our earth is a crystallized iron core that keeps the planet in its planetary cycle, in its rotation, helps keep the electromagnetic frequency barrier around the earth to protect us from the sun's rays. It does a lot of beneficial things. And then when you look at all the layers of the earth, it's minerals. And at any point, crystals can start growing. And crystals can take hundreds of thousands, millions, and billions of years to grow. So it's like every year when I go to Tucson, there's always new discoveries. And I say that in air quotes because some of these discoveries are millions and billions of years old. The earth, she's constantly pushing them up because underneath she's creating new crystals. Every time Hawaii has a volcano, erupt and then all that lava goes into the ocean, it settles on the bottom of the ocean and it's starting to crystallize. So give it a couple 100,000 years, there's going to be some beautiful crystals that start bubbling up. I mean, there's literally a beach in Hawaii that is covered in, do I have the picture here? No, I do not. Covered in peridot, also known as olivine. It's the August birthstone crystal. And it is a very, very ancient crystal, and it just covers the beach because that's what the earth does, pushes the crystals up. So crystals are formed based on a variety of things that happen in the earth. How far down is this crystal growing? The deeper in the earth, the more clear it can be simply because of the pressure. Because when you think underground, there's all of these plates, oceanic plates, tectonic plates that are pushing. There's a lot of activity underground, a lot. We don't feel a lot of it, but animals do. And so this pushing, this pressure, you put minerals under pressure, you get clarity. That's why diamonds have the clarity to them because they are exposed to extreme pressure underground. Crystals also form based on heat or gases or seawater. You can get crystals that you have crystals growing on top of crystals because minerals just come in and they just hitch a ride on what is growing. So there's a lot of things that come into play. But what crystals really are, they contain the DNA of Earth. Earth has her own frequency. It's called the Schumann resonance. You can look it up. It's fascinating. I've been tracking the Schumann resonance for about a decade now. And it's literally the Earth's frequency, the Earth's heartbeat. and it is spiking and growing in intensity. It's been doing that for about the last decade because the earth is always evolving. So her frequency is changing, which means everything on earth changes with her. It's that frequency that the earth gives off that is embedded in the crystals. You know, these are not just pretty little stones, they have a vibrational frequency to them. Everything is energy. Everything, even things that are physical, are energy. So, this is why when we are working with crystals, we are literally working with the earth's frequency. So, think of how you feel when you go walk barefoot on the beach. You are literally physically connecting to the earth's frequency with your bare feet. And there is a field of study called earthing that they focus on that. It is a scientific field of study. When we just even walk through a forest, we are calm, we are relaxed. When we're in the mountains, we're calm, we're relaxed. When we're in nature, we are calm and relaxed. Animals, like especially dogs, if given the opportunity to walk on the ground or walk on cement, they're going to walk on the ground because they're getting that frequency exchange. That frequency exchange with the earth is exactly what crystals provide because she's literally birthing her babies and saying, here's my frequency, bring it into your home, brush your cat with it, and they will feel the frequency. So that's how the crystals can be very, very beneficial to the animals in our life, especially my cats don't go outside. They're not getting that frequency like farm animals, livestock, wild animals, or even dogs. So I literally have to bring the earth's frequency into my home with the obscene amount of crystals I have in my house. Okay, it's to help them balance. Because when you think about frequency and when you think about minerals, these two things can help balance the body. The body needs minerals to survive. Without minerals, there is no physical body. Frequency, beneficial frequency, can help the body repair itself because animals and us are exposed to negative frequencies like Wi-Fi, other people's toxic emotions, just things that are unnatural. I mean, even parts of the earth give off harmful frequencies like radon. But then there are beneficial frequencies, and that's where we can counter the negative with the positive, and that's where crystals really help because the crystals realign the biomagnetic field that surrounds the body. Some people call it the aura. And when we are working with crystals, and I'm gonna talk about this when I start talking about these physics principles, we are working with the energy of the crystal. And why I love working with animals, they don't need a double-blind peer-reviewed study to say that it works. It either does or it doesn't. And if it doesn't work, you go to the next crystal. And if they don't like that one, you go to the next one. That's why animals are the best teacher. They have been my best teachers over the last 20 some years. So when we are working with crystals, just know that even though our intention, our frequency, and the animal's frequency are all blending together, we are not changing the crystal. And then later on, when I talk about cleansing crystals, I'll talk about this a little bit more. We are simply combining our energy and our frequency to create a new level of frequency, a new level of wellness. So I want to talk about 3 physics principles, and then I'm going to show you a video. So here, I'm going to stop sharing for a moment so that I can get this video pulled up. So I want to talk about 3 physics principles. And this is going to help explain not only why you are drawn to certain crystals, but why animals are drawn to crystals when they don't even know what they are. Like when I come home from a crystal show and I have hundreds and hundreds of crystals for the store, my cats are all over these crystals. Whenever I am running a crystal sale and I am pricing or packaging crystals for shipment, my cat Dobby literally sits on the table. I call him keeper of the crystals. They feel the energy, and it's because of how these physics principles work. So let me talk about the first one, the principle of entrainment. In all of these, we are working with two different amplitudes or two different energies or frequencies. Okay. So let's say you have two frequencies. You have two different frequencies. One is a high frequency, a high amplitude. High does not mean better. Okay. Okay. High does not mean better. It just means stronger. And then you have a low frequency, and low does not mean bad. It doesn't mean, it doesn't mean it's worse. It just means it's weaker. So you have a strong energy and you have a weak energy. And in the principle of entrainment, they come together and they meet on common ground. So the strong frequency lowers itself and the low frequency raises itself until they are entrained. Entrainment means synchronicity. So they're synchronizing. Okay. So strong comes down, low comes up. And when this happens in the body, this is when brain waves and our cells vibrate in alignment. Okay, so and I'm going to show you a video that demonstrate this, but if you've ever worked with tuning forks or you've seen tuning forks, if you have, let's say you have two tuning forks, they are note A. Okay, you take one tuning fork and you smack it really hard and it's really loud and it's vibrating note A. And then you take the second one, you smack it really quietly. So you can hear it, but it's very soft and quiet. Give it a little time. The loud will quiet and the quiet will become louder until they're the same. That's the principle of entrainment. Now, in the animal world, this is where, like, think about this literally happened this morning. My cat Stella had, I call it the zoomies. She is running around. I don't know what she was chasing. She had a huge burst of energy. Rudy, wherever he went, he was asleep on the couch. So he was the low frequency. She was the high frequency. He started to join in with her, and she calmed down a little bit because when she slams into somebody, I mean, she's kind of a chunky little girl. So when he started to play with her, he increased his energy. She lowered it a little bit so that it wasn't too overwhelming. That's principle of entrainment. That's how animals will work off of each other. I see it at doggy daycares where there's a bunch of dogs and they are running around like crazy. A very quiet, shy dog comes in and he's looking at them, and one dog will calm down enough to come over, and then that quiet, shy dog will raise up a little bit and join the pack. Okay. It works all the time. It even works with people. You encounter somebody who is, really negative. You may have been feeling great. They were negative. They were, a very strong negative vibration, and you were just feeling very peaceful. Next thing you know, you're on their level and you just feel negative. So it happens all throughout our experiences. Now, principle of resonance is a little similar, but a little different. Again, you have a strong amplitude and you have a weak amplitude. And in this principle, the strong doesn't move at all. The weak is pulled up into it. Okay. So again, if you have two tuning forks, they're note A, you take one and you strike it. You don't do anything with the other one. That second one will start singing Note A, even though you haven't done anything to it. That's principle of resonance. They are resonating with each other. So again, I see it with animals where, one animal is running around like crazy and another animal comes in and joins them. And next thing you know, you've got two dogs or two cats that are running around and just creating a lot of energy. Okay? Or it could even be the reverse. You have a new pet that comes into your home. You have a very, very calm cat or dog. Very, very calm, very welcoming. You have this nervous animal. The calm presence that has already been there in the home and is confident is going to dominate. It's going to dominate. So they're working off of each other. They start resonating with each other, and this happens naturally. With people, I see it with going to listen to a like a motivational speaker like Tony Robbins. Tony Robbins, just with the sheer size, he's very tall, very ominous man, and he has a booming voice, and he literally can get 20,000 people jumping up and down in excitement with his voice, with his energy. He doesn't come down to meet them. He's like, you come up to my level or you're going to feel really uncomfortable. And he doesn't. And that's the principle of resonance. Yeah. Was there a question? Oh, I thought I heard a question. All right. And then the third principle is the principle of interference. And again, this is where you have two frequencies. And they do one of two things. They can either create harmony or coherence or disharmony. So you have two frequencies, they come together, they add together and create a whole new frequency. Okay, this is like if you get together with a friend, you're feeling this way, she's feeling this way, you start talking and you create a whole new frequency. Okay. Um, if they are of similar amplitude, they're going to come together and they're going to create a whole new frequency. If they are opposing, they will clash and it's discomfort. It doesn't feel comfortable. This is where two animals can meet each other. They've never seen each other and they clash. They got two different frequencies and they don't get along. That's why when you introduce a new pet, you have to do it very slowly because what you're doing is you're getting the frequencies to balance. The new pet, nervous, a little uncertain, you need them to feel confident and secure. The pets that are in the home, they know somebody's there, they're behind a closed door. They are getting used to the frequency. So when you do the introduction, they're on the same frequency. But this even happens with people. We'll meet somebody new, and for no reason, you're like, yeah, we're just not vibing. And we say that. They're not my vibe. I'm not resonating with them. And they're just a different frequency. They haven't done anything wrong. You haven't done anything wrong. You're just two different frequencies. And it's like, yeah, that's how it goes. So you're just not in sync with each other. So I want to demonstrate this. I want to show this video, and this video demonstrates the last two principles, the principle of resonance and the principle of interference. So, oh, here I gotta get this on the screen here. All right, here we go. All right, let me do full screen theater mode. There, that's better. Okay, here we go. That's the principle of resonance. That's the principle of interference. They miss each other. They're not connecting at all. And this is also the principle of interference. That doesn't sound too good. I mean, that's a conflicting energy. So, okay, what does this have to do with crystals? Okay. So, knowing that crystals were formed millions and billions of years ago, because of the crystalline lattice that they have, crystals are virtually indestructible. That's why they're so old. Humans and animals, we suffer from entropy, which means our cells are constantly growing and dying, growing and dying. Crystals, they don't have that entropy. They were literally here on this planet before there were even living organisms. They were here first, they will be here last. They have the dominant amplitude, the dominant frequency, because they don't change at all. They don't change. So the high amplitude is the crystals. The low amplitude is humans and animals. So when we are holding a crystal, because we need to get aligned before we do any work with animals. So when we are holding a crystal, we are down here in the principle of entrainment. We can actually come together. Some crystals can adjust themselves. But usually what happens is the principle of resonance. We are pulled right up. We are pulled right up into the frequency of the crystal, which is why we just feel good when we are holding or in the presence of crystals. We don't even have to be holding them. Same thing with animals. They are drawn to these. You hold a crystal out, I can guarantee you 100% of the animals are going to come over and check it out. They may not like this one, but they're going to check it out, and then you try another one and another one and another one. So literally our frequency is being pulled up to match the crystal. We become the crystal's energy. And in the principle of interference, what I have found is the crystal's energy plus my energy and the animal's energy all adds together to create a whole new frequency level. And that's kind of where the magic happens. So we are really dealing with physics in why we are drawn to crystals, why animals will naturally be drawn to a crystal. They don't know that this is a crystal. They don't need a double-blind peer-reviewed study to say that this is full of frequency. They don't need to understand physics principles. They are drawn to crystals. You lay crystals out, they're going to come over and check them out. You lay crystal, in their bed or on a couch, they may go and lay right on top of it. So this is how this is working. Now, I'll talk a little bit more about that, but before I do, I want to talk about how when we're working with crystals, we are working in the quantum field. Have any of you studied the quantum field, quantum physics, anything like that? I mean, this is a very, very deep topic. Okay. Okay, I'm just going to give a very basic explanation because it is incredibly powerful how crystals work, and animals know it. They know it. It is very difficult for the human brain to comprehend quantum physics. Here's the short story. So we are surrounded by a quantum field of energy. Think of it as, and it's not just around the Earth, it's everything, all the planets, the universes, there's multiple universes. We are one universe within 2,500 universes. It is a quantum field that has scientifically been identified. It has matter, physical matter in it, particles, and it has unseen matter, which is energy. Humans and animals have a consciousness, but the field, this quantum field, has a consciousness as well, scientifically proven. None of this is woo-woo, okay? This is science. The conscious intention of us, this is why when we are working crystals with animals, we have to have an intention, okay? What is it that I want? But we also have to respect the animal's intention and right to say, no, I don't want to have a crystal layout. I don't want to do this. So when we have a conscious intention and we are interpreting something, so we're working with an animal, we are an observer and we are observing that, hey, this dog is stressed out and anxious. Our interpretation and our intention determines how we experience this quantum field. Everything is in the quantum field. I want you to think of the quantum field like Amazon. Amazon literally has everything. We may or may not like it, but it is what it is. The quantum field has everything because energy is neither created nor destroyed. It just changes. Like the sun hits a solar panel and creates electricity. Like the iron is pulled from the earth, it is melted down, it's built into beams, and you have a building, and then they tear down the building and they melt the iron again. Okay? So, because our conscious intention and how we interpret, and that's how we live in this quantum field, this is where two people can observe the same thing, the same event, and have two different explanations of what they saw. So because everything exists in the quantum field and it simply changes as energy changes, energy is neither created nor destroyed, it just changes forms. Scientists have discovered that behind the electromagnetic forces of this quantum field is a consciousness that governs everything. We have a consciousness, animals have a consciousness, this quantum field has a consciousness. The consciousness of us and animals is just a fraction, but it's connected to this quantum field. Okay. So when people say, I'm connecting with my higher self, it is literally connecting with your soul, which is in the quantum field. Part of your soul is here. Okay. That's what it means. So consciousness attracts vibrations in the quantum field. Everything in this world is vibration. Everything is energy. Everything that's physical is simply vibrating energy. That freaks me out when I'm in an airplane. Okay, it's like this is just vibrating energy. Ooh. And there is an amazing book. It is a really difficult book to read because it is high-level quantum physics, but it's called The Physics of Consciousness, if you want to read it. And in that book, they're talking about all of this and talking about how crystals affect human consciousness. They don't talk about animals, but if it affects human consciousness, it affects animal consciousness. And the crystals shift us into different frequencies, like these physics principles. Strong crystal, strong amplitude, animal, weak amplitude, the animal rises up to the frequency of the crystal. And so it shifts, these crystals shift us into different frequencies where we then interact with the quantum field where everything is, including good health. For animals, it's about behavior and health. That's it. It's not about mental health. It is not about mindset. It's not about spiritual soul path. That's why crystals for animals are different. We are solely working with physical and behavioral. But their behavioral and physical health is in the quantum field, and you just have to connect with it. So with that, there's also what's called the morphogenic field. This is a subtle field of energy that's both inside and outside the human and animal body. And this morphogenic field forms everything, everything that is here in nature. All the atoms, all the molecules, our DNA, and how we communicate with this field. Okay? How we communicate with natural elements. We have three kingdoms on this planet. We have the animal kingdom, which is us and animals. We have the mineral kingdom, which is crystals. And we have the plant kingdom, which is trees, flowers, vegetation, and essential oils. All of those three kingdoms communicate in frequency. We are the lowest communicator because we use words, and our words differ based on countries. Okay, so you go to Saudi Arabia, they may not understand the English that we're saying, or you go into, parts of Russia. That's why words are the lowest form of communication. Energy is a communication. My cat Stella can give a look to Dobby, and he goes running into the bedroom like, oh no, she's coming for me. That's energy. That's how animals communicate. It's how plants and trees communicate. They communicate in frequency, and crystals are simply frequency communication. So it can really, this frequency works with the atoms and the molecules and the DNA in the physical body to really help to renew the body, to transform the body. And in that Physics of Consciousness book, they said the world of minerals, remember, minerals are crystals, is an expression of the intelligent design of the consciousness of souls. So we're working with the minerals as a form of crystalline frequency to shift the body because everything is frequency. All right. Now, I'm just going to let that sink in because that quantum physics is really intense. It is very hard. I mean, I have a lawyer brain. I like to think that I'm fairly intelligent. And I have to read and reread and reread 20, 30 times in order for it to kind of sink in because it's really hard for the human brain to contemplate things that are unseen. But that's what the field of quantum physics is proving and studying, that there is so much unseen energy that influences us. And when I start talking about the body as water, it's going to make sense. It's going to make sense. So we are due for a 5-minute break. Do you have any questions? Letting this all sink in. Do you have any questions at this point? Okay. All right, let's just take 5 minute stretch break here. All righty. Okay. We're going to continue just talking about frequencies in general. And, if this is the first time you've heard this, it's okay if you don't fully grasp it. I mean, I'll be honest, it has taken me years of study to grasp it. And even some days I'm like, do I really grasp it? It's, I mean, when we're dealing with frequency, we are dealing with things that we can't see at all. So as part of that, everything has what's called a dominant oscillatory rate. Oscillation is frequency going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. The faster something oscillates, the higher frequency it is. The lower it oscillates, the lower the frequency. And again, low doesn't mean bad, high doesn't mean good. Okay. So everything, you, our pets, this air, water, crystals, the salad that you eat, everything has a dominant oscillatory rate, also known as a base resonant frequency. And what that means is it is a base frequency that makes it what it is. Okay. For this chair I'm sitting in, this chair has a base resonant frequency that makes it a chair. For humans and animals, we have a base resonant frequency that if we go below it, we get sick. So we always want to stay above it. And that's what crystals do. Because remember, we have principle of interference, us maybe feeling sick. We hold a crystal, we just added together and created a whole new vibration because we added. So if I'm feeling, they say a healthy human body is about 78 megahertz, which is pretty much what the Earth's frequency used to be. It's a lot higher now, but we don't want to go below 78 hertz. And let's say I'm feeling like 70, like I'm starting to get a cold or maybe a sinus issue. I hold a crystal. And I'll talk about why we don't know the frequencies of crystals in a little bit, but this is definitely a frequency. So even if it is just 10, I guarantee you the one I'm holding is probably more like 500. But I just hold it. Let's say it's a 10 and I'm a 70. We just went up to 80, which is above the base resonant frequency. Okay. So that's how this dominant oscillatory rate works. And when I mentioned that, humans and animals, we suffer from entropy. Our cells are constantly growing and dying, growing and dying. I mean, we turn over, our cells every second of the day. We regrow a liver, every few years. But it is this entropy, this destruction, which is why we fluctuate. Even with animals, they can have good days and bad days. They can feel good, they can feel bad. They feel the emotions that we do. They can feel joy, they can get angry. We are up and down all day long. Crystals are not. They are literally set in stone. Okay, they are set. Their vibrational frequency isn't changing scientifically. At the atomic level, these do not change. I can take this, I can throw it on the floor, it doesn't change. I can break it, it doesn't change. It's like the iron. You pull it out, you melt it, you sculpt it, you melt it down again, you sculpt it into something else. It doesn't change. It is of a fixed structure, a fixed atomic structure. So this is why when we are working with crystals, because we are introducing ourselves into the equation. When we work with crystals, when we hold a crystal, I just literally did this yesterday. I went in, I visited a local cat cafe. I wanted to meet the owner because I'm new to this area. I just moved to the Lakeshore in Michigan 3 months ago. So I'm getting to know all the animal people. And I had a crystal in my pocket because I wanted to be the crystal energy when I went in to meet the cats that were at this cat cafe. And even she said, she's like, this cat is like a couch potato. He literally has no personality. He doesn't interact with anybody, but he came over to greet me. And I didn't tell her because we just weren't there for that kind of conversation. But it's like, well, I got a crystal in my pocket. I'm literally of a higher frequency, and he picked up on it. He picked up on it. So that's why when, by holding a crystal, by having one in our pocket, um, it's going to raise our vibration because animals have a higher vibration than we do. And that's when we can start to resonate with them. They will want to work with us. Like, even if you're working with stray animals, feral animals, I do a lot of animal shelter work. These cats don't know me. I'm walking in and basically saying, "Hey, can I do a crystal session on you?" They're sensing my frequency on whether they're going to agree. Okay? So we work the crystals for us. We have the crystals on us, and then it makes it a better pairing when we are working with animals. Because we are in training, we are resonating, we are synchronizing with the crystal's frequency, which is just pure energy. And that's when the body can start to repair itself. And that's when we can really start to work with the animals and help them to start to repair because we suffer from entropy. And at some point, the cells are not going to turn over in a healthy way, and that's when disease sets in. So we we can give the body a chance to get into a healthier frequency because we are surrounded by negative frequencies like Wi-Fi, human emotion, toxins in the home. And there's things that we can do, like having crystals around to help the animals. Now, I mentioned that when I was taking this crystal class from my Reiki teacher, and he said rose quartz is the heart healer. And I'm like, says who? And he couldn't really answer it. This is where I dive into what are the minerals of the crystals. Because when we think of minerals, a lot of times we think of the vitamin and mineral supplement that we take in the morning that gives us calcium and iron and magnesium. But minerals are also frequency. It's like it's that iron example that I keep talking about. It's frequency. It is a frequency. It can be in physical form. You can melt it down. You can turn it into something else. Minerals are a frequency. And when we're dealing with minerals like iron and aluminum, think coat of shining armor. I mean, what is iron and aluminum? I mean, it is heavy metals, it's protective. That's why buildings are made of iron or aluminum steel beams to give them strength and structure. So when crystals have iron or aluminum in them, they are often described in the crystal books as being protective, being grounding. Huh, isn't that interesting? And with rose quartz, so Rudy, you can't sit on my book, honey. You sit over here. Look at the leaves falling. They're toys falling from the sky. um, Rose quartz has titanium and manganese in it. And rose quartz is almost always described as strengthening the heart, helping with emotional loss and grief by strengthening the heart. What is titanium? Titanium is virtually indestructible. It is so strong. And manganese is a mineral that benefits the heart. So there you go. That's why rose quartz is called that. Hey, Rudy is tipping over everything on my desk. So when you look at the minerals that are in crystals, and you know what those minerals do, you now know exactly what the crystals do. So the one thing that I always aim through all the classes, and there's nothing wrong with crystal books, nothing wrong with them, but you're not going to be carrying a crystal book around the rest of your life. But when you learn what the minerals do, and you find a crystal that has those minerals, you know exactly what the crystal does. Nobody needs to tell you in a book what the crystal does. You will be able to figure it out. Now, I mentioned that we don't have standardized frequencies of crystals. There was one guy years ago who had a website that said clear quartz is this and amethyst is this, and absolutely not possible. There's a lot of wiggle room when it comes to crystals and people's beliefs and what you learn about them. But I can tell you from a scientific standpoint, it is not possible to say that amethyst is this frequency and citrine is this frequency. It's not possible. And here's why. Every crystal is different. There is not two crystals on the planet that are exactly the same. They are all different shapes. They are different sizes. They may have a different infusion of minerals. So here, I want to hold these two up. This one right here, this is an amethyst. It comes from Turkey. See how dark it is? This is an amethyst that comes from Veracruz, Mexico. See how light it is? They are both amethyst. It's the iron that determines the purple. This one has a lot more iron in it than this one. So, oh, Rudy, oh, he's kneading on me. Rudy, get off my land. Jeez. He really wants to participate. Rudy, I promise, I will have you participating shortly. The iron content is going to determine the frequency. This comes from Turkey, this comes from Mexico. Parts of the planet have different frequencies. Clear quartz coming out of Arkansas feels very different than clear quartz coming out of the Himalayan mountains. Very, very different. So location on the planet, depth in the ground, the infusion of minerals, even the size of the crystal is going to change the frequency. And that's why we cannot have standardized frequencies of crystals. We just can't. But you can look at the minerals and know whether a crystal is going to be grounding and calming, protective. Is it going to raise your frequency? So silica, which is quartz, raises frequency. Iron and aluminum is protective and it's grounding. You can also look at colors. So this is why every crystal is unique. It's different. We can't standardize frequency, but just know that they have a frequency. Now, do I have a machine that I can just go and individually measure the frequency of all my crystals? No, I don't. I don't. I honestly don't even know what machine would do that. I'm sure that there is one. I would have to get to a geology professor at some university and see if they have something. So, so I don't get wrapped up in the frequencies. Okay? It all comes down to feel. It all comes down to whether an animal likes a crystal or not. So Rudy, it's just, I call him my little stalker. You like that one? Oh, look, he wants it on his third eye. That's amethyst. This is labradorite. Rudy, what do you think of that? Oh, this, we just watch. We just watch. Oh, thank you. Oh, you're very welcome. They know. This is an angelite wand. Oh, he wants it on his gums and on his teeth. This is where you just start paying attention to what they do. Thank you, Rudy. We're going to do more demonstration in a little bit. Oh, you're very welcome. Oh, Rudy. Okay, now, crystals can be pyroelectric or piezoelectric. So we're still in the science phase of this class. Pyroelectric means that the crystal will will produce an electrical charge when they are heated. Tourmaline does this. Okay, when it is heated, it will produce an electrical charge. Now, on the other end, piezoelectricity produces the electrical charge. Pyroelectricity takes on the electrical charge. Okay, sorry, I had that backwards. So black tourmaline or any tourmaline is going to take on an electrical charge when heated. Clear quartz produces an electrical charge when it is squeezed or pulsed. So all of our technology has silica, which is clear quartz. Clear quartz is silica. Okay. It is one mineral, silica. Silicon Valley does their work with silica. In our phones, the chips have silica in them. On your computers, what makes this run is silica. Our watches, like especially when I watch the Olympics, they have those precise timers, and underneath it, it says Swiss Quartz Technology. Quartz. Okay. Crystals. Silica and clear quartz are used so extensively in the tech industry. And luckily, quartz is the most abundant crystal on the planet. Silica is the most abundant mineral within the Earth's physical structure. And it produces an electrical charge. Quartz also stores information. It amplifies what it comes into contact with. It transmits. It does all sorts of things. So we can start using crystals in those ways because scientifically they are being used. They're in medical instruments, televisions, the television screens, even the computer screens that are labeled LCD. LCD stands for liquid crystal display because it has crystals in them. So crystals are being used scientifically in our world, and it's fascinating when people say to me, "Oh, that's a bunch of woo-woo." And it's like, well, you got woo-woo that you're carrying on your body, in your watch, in your cell phone. You're literally playing with crystal instruments. Okay. All right. Before I go on to the energy of crystals, do you have any questions at this point? We're kind of building a puzzle. I'm giving you a little piece at a time. So when we get to the end of the science, hopefully you have a good picture. But do you have any questions?
Allie, could you just quickly restate the definition of piezoelectricity and pyroelectricity?
Yes, and this
I'm
this should be in your workbook. My pages
just
are a little
looking.
different than yours. I want to say on page 9 or page 8 or 9.
I
Um,
was looking.
yeah, right before the energy of crystal section should be the paragraph before that, where pyroelectricity, they take on an electrical charge.
Okay.
And piezoelectricity produces an electrical charge.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So this is why when we get to the point where when I talk about black tourmaline as being great to transmute electromagnetic frequencies like Wi-Fi, it's because black tourmaline is pyroelectric. It can take the electrical frequency. It transmutes it. It takes it on, and it's why we don't put clear quartz in front of technology. We do not have any clear quartz near your phone, near your computer, near your Wi-Fi router, near your television, because it produces and it's going to amplify it. Okay, this is why I'm going a little off script here. I have black tourmaline literally between me and my computer. I have a row here of black tourmaline, and I have a chunk of it behind the computer. Because black tourmaline is pyroelectric, it's taking the frequency so that I don't have to and Rudy doesn't have to. So yeah. All right. let me share, because I'm going to talk about the energy of crystals, and I want to talk about our energy field. Some people call it an aura. This energy field is a torus, and animals have it, and we have it. The better we feel, the bigger the energy field. The worse we feel, if we're sick, our energy field literally compresses, which I find fascinating because as we go through life, our big energy bubble, as we're walking, is going into other people's energy field. And if somebody's having a bad day and they walk by us, that energy can come into our energy field, and all of a sudden we feel sad or icky. And it's like, why do I feel this way? This is why a lot of people feel overwhelmed in crowds. With animals, they got their little egg bubble around them. And that's why, like at a doggy daycare, you could have a group of dogs that are getting along, and then you could have a group over here, and they're not, these two packs are not getting along because they're different energies. And when they blend together, then there could be a fight because they're just different frequencies. So, one book that I talk about all the time, it is a foundational book if you want to understand the physical body and energy and really how biology works. And you can transpose a lot of the information to animals, but it is a book called The Biology of Belief by Dr. Bruce Lipton. I love this book. I love it for this one singular reason. I mean, first of all, it'll change how you think about your biology. A lot of people are just trained and programmed to believe that our genetics are set in stone. And, you know, too bad if you have a family history of cancer. Cancer's not genetic. It's not genetic, but people think that it is. He breaks it all down because he's a cellular biologist. He breaks it all down to help you understand how our beliefs impact our biology. Now, animals don't necessarily, they don't have the, Rudy, stop tipping over my computer. Animals don't have the belief issues that humans have. Okay, so like Rudy is not sitting here and believing, oh, I'm 13 years old. I don't have much time left. They don't think that way. They do not have mindset belief issues. Humans do. Our beliefs can impact them. Okay. But the one thing that I really love in this book that Dr. Lipton said is that the DNA of all living beings has antennas. And as we go through our day, these DNA antennas are synchronizing themselves to frequencies. So you come into contact with a happy person, your DNA is like, ooh, happy. You sit next to a Wi-Fi router and your DNA is like, okay, I'm synchronizing with the Wi-Fi router. And then you feel exhausted and you feel tired. Our pets do the same thing. Their DNA is interacting with all the frequencies that they are exposed to. So for the pets that are literally prisoners in our home, like my cats, I'm not letting them out. Rudy has no survival skills, even though he thinks he does. He would run away and I'd never find him. He's got to live in a house that has Wi-Fi. There's Wi-Fi around the community. I've got a television, I've got a computer screen, so I have to do things to counteract that so that his little DNA antennas are synchronizing with a crystal rather than the Wi-Fi router. Like even here in my office, I have crystals because he's sitting right behind the computer. I have a labradorite. This is full of aluminum. Okay, so that his DNA antennas are synchronizing with that. So when a crystal is introduced to this energy field, the crystals act as an oscillator. An oscillator is a frequency stabilizer because our frequency oscillates up and down, up and down, up and down. And crystals are a frequency stabilizer. That's why they are drawn to them as animals. That's why we are drawn to them, because that crystal is getting our attention with physics principles and stabilizing our frequency. So we entrain or we synchronize with the crystal. Our animals entrain or synchronize with the crystal. And this is how we remove energy blocks, because we're just letting the crystal and the energy field and the body do this. And that's how we work with energy blocks. When healers talk about removing energy blocks, you're just raising your frequency to get out of whatever that is, whatever that block is. Okay? So I want to show you a video of this energy field of humans and animals. Dr. Valerie Hunt, she passed away, oh, it could be a decade ago, maybe not that long. She was a professor at University of California, Los Angeles, UCLA, and she spent her career documenting and proving not only the chakras, but the energy field. She dedicated her career. If you Google Dr. Valerie Hunt, you're going to see a lot of stuff. So here, I want to show you this video. And this is a study that she did documenting this aura, this torus of people and animals.
Energy radiation from objects and living things.
And that's her
The
voice.
existence of the human energy field, or the aura, was validated and studied by over 12 years of high-frequency recordings in my laboratory at UCLA. This film shows the field not ordinarily seen, but now visible through computer color enhancement. Like all living things, this little dog has a sizable radiant field, even when he sits quietly. Notice now, as he greets his master, the obvious love and affection between them increases the dynamic radiation from their bodies, even the dog's tail and the man's head. No wonder so many people have pets who give them pleasure and provide a vital field of energy to interact with. See the dull radiation from the body of this man eating junk food. All of these foods are lifeless in vibration. They are dead and quite inert, unable to reproduce life. These do not feed the energy field. The vibrations are low in frequency and small in amplitude, providing only calories and chemicals. Without life-giving electromagnetic energies, the man's energies remain dull and small. Notice the layers of vibrating radiation extending from the man's body and the fruit as he touches and eats these living seeds. In contrast, see the static vibrations from the chair and table. Even before eating, these foods nourish the electromagnetic fields and enliven his field. Fruits, vegetables, grains, and seeds are vibrant living substances which enhance the human field and are therefore called health foods. Wherever there is motion in the universe, there is increased flow in the field that humans interact with. See the explosive activity from the waves and from his body. Also, the electromagnetic field of the body is negatively charged or ionized, as are waves or tumbling water, which further expands and heightens his field, giving a physical exuberance and emotional excitement. No wonder that a day at the beach is so exhilarating and vitalizing. We all love a babbling brook and the freshness of outdoor vegetation and mountains. Most of us believe that it is relaxation and beauty which refreshes us. From our research, we have discovered that living plants and rarefied atmosphere provide a richer field of negative ions, which heightens and replenishes our own energy field. Notice that the man's field becomes light in color and high in frequency. It sparkles and radiates some distance from his body. This vignette of Child and Man is a candid happening, unstaged. Notice that the movement of the child's and the man's head also creates emotion in their energy fields. Exercise, walking, and physical work create an energy field dynamic in the body, which is vitalizing, giving feelings of aliveness. When exercise is done outdoors, the fields of growing plants, wind, and air further increase the electromagnetic pool. This scene of mother and son is also unstaged. See that as the child moves into the mother's field, the affection between them changes the overall field to a pink color. Individuals' fields blend and enhance when there is a warm, caring relationship. These energy fields are the largest and the whitest that we have shown. She is oming. On the breath inhalation, the radiant field diminishes, and on exhalation, it expands and envelops the child. We have known for a long time that Gregorian chants, oming, humming, singing, and whistling create an energy which perks up emotions and brings an expanded consciousness.
So I want to point out, you see the kind of the back of the head of that little child? That's the energy coming out of the crown chakra. So chakras are a real thing. They are energy portals. We'll talk about that more tomorrow. But I like to show this so that you saw at the beginning that dog had an energy field around him. We have an energy field. So when we are working with animals, they are much more energetically regulated and balanced than we are. So when we, like this lady, is just saying Om, she's just calming her energy field. And you saw how it went from like light purple to pink to almost blinding white just by saying Om. Then the animals, whether it's just a family pet or you're working with animals, that's the energy that we want to be in. We can't be full of anxiety, rushing around all the time, because it's going to impact them. You saw how the energy fields blended together. They impact each other. So I love that video. It is so clear that when we take care of ourselves, then we can help the animals that grace our life. We can really help them. So we are energy. Animals are energy. That's what we are. We're full of minerals and we are full of energy. And when energy is compressed, it becomes physical matter. And that's what crystals are. They are energy that have become compressed in the earth and they become physical energy. Now, there's a lot of information online about lost worlds related to crystals. I don't know if you've heard of the lost world of Lemuria or Atlantis, but there are Lemurian crystals, there are Atlantean crystals. I'm not really going to dive into that because the animals don't care. They're like, I just either want this crystal or this crystal. But those worlds are slowly being discovered as real. It's not just folklore, it's not mythology. Um, and those worlds are now widely believed that they built their world using crystalline energy to literally fuel and power the world because, like I said, black tourmaline is pyroelectric, clear quartz is piezoelectric. They are taking on electricity, they are producing electricity, and those worlds just they were destroyed. And there's a lot of belief that they destroyed because they abused using crystals. Well, now we're putting crystals in everything, watches and clocks and computers and phones, MRI machines, ultrasound machines. So I want to show you, I want to dive a little bit deeper into the frequencies. And here, let me show you this. So, and this is in your workbook. Kirlian photography can photograph frequency. It can photograph and pick up heat. Okay, heat is a frequency. Governments actually use Kirlian photography to identify if other countries are creating missiles, nuclear bombs, if they have nuclear silos, because uranium is hot. And so they can literally fly a drone, outside a country's airspace, use Kirlian photography to pick up heat. And that's how we know if, like, North Korea has missiles because of Kirlian photography. If you've ever heard of thermography, thermography uses Kirlian photography and it just takes a picture of the body. Like, the camera is 3 to 4 feet away from the body and it takes a picture and it's looking for heat at the cellular level because heat is inflammation. I love thermography. I get thermography done instead of mammograms because thermography tells you 5 to 10 years before a mammogram can pick up anything because it's looking at the cellular level. It's fascinating. Well, these pictures are Kirlian photography of crystals to show, starting to lose my voice already, to show that crystals produce an electrical current. They produce a frequency. Okay, so this is a quartz point. So you can see, so you see how from the bottom, like in the middle, from the bottom up to the top, where that point is, you see the frequencies going up? That's the crystalline lattice. That's the C-axis. And they were able to pick it up on Kirlian photography, literally going up the center. And then even all the other side frequencies bend and then they shoot out the point. So when we talk about crystal shapes in a little bit, there is a time and a place for using a point with an animal, but you can see it's a concentration of energy. There's even a concentration of energy where the facet, which is the sides along the top that form the point, is called a facet. Where the facet meets the side, you can see a concentration of energy right there coming out. So whenever a crystal naturally forms a point or an edge, there's going to be a concentration of energy coming out. Now, this is a photo of a selenite cube. Selenite grows in slabs. So there's no point. Okay, we can make a point out of it, but it doesn't grow in a point. And so the energy and the frequency just oozes out of all the sides equally. So there's, again, a time and a place when we want to use a crystal where it just gently comes out of all the sides. Okay, animals love crystals where it just gently comes out. We can use points. I'm going to teach you how to do that. But crystals have a documented frequency to them. They are not pretty little stones. They have a frequency that comes out of them. Now, building off of that, I want to talk about the phantom leaf experiment. This was an experiment. It's been replicated. And using Kirlian photography, they took a photograph of a leaf, and that's what you see on the left. Then they peeled off the leaves and just kept the stem, and they took another photo. Even though the leaves were gone, the energy imprint of the leaves were still there. I talk about this because it shows that energy precedes physical form and exists after the physical form is gone. So when we are working with animals who are having a tumor or a cyst removed, or having an organ removed, or um, having a tail or a leg amputated, the energy that created the problem, the disease, is still there. We can use crystals because remember, crystals are oscillators, they are frequency stabilizers. Everything is a frequency. Disease is a frequency. A physical issue in the body is a frequency. A behavioral issue that a pet has is a frequency. We can use a crystal to oscillate or stabilize that frequency. So when a body part is gone, the issue that created is still there, and we can use crystals. Isn't that the coolest thing? I think that is so fascinating. I love Kirlian photography. So just know that when we're introducing crystals into this energy field, the crystals are oscillating. And another reason why the human and the animal body synchronize with crystals is because we have crystals in our body. We have silica, quartz, lining cell membranes, same thing for animals. And we have magnetite in the brain. Magnetite is an iron-based crystal. It's what gives a sense of direction. Animals have more magnetite than humans. That's why they have great sense of direction. It's why they feel earthquakes coming. They feel tsunamis coming. They feel tornadoes coming. Animals are great weather detectors. They know when something's coming because of the magnetite in their brain. So we need to watch the animals. They are the best weather predictor for us. It is the crystal.
Al,
Yeah.
the question, would that also be why they're able to sense someone who's going to have seizures
Yeah.
or whose blood sugar is getting low or high or whatever? Okay.
Yes.
Never knew that. That's cool.
Yeah. Because seizures are a frequency. Absolutely. Animals are phenomenal at sensing frequency because remember how I said the animal, the plant, and the mineral kingdom all communicate in frequency? Words are the lowest form of communication, of frequency. So animals know how to communicate and read and feel and sense frequency. I mean, humans are intuitive. We are. We just need to trust it and act on it. Most people don't, but we're all intuitive. Animals are the ultimate intuitive. They know, they feel, they sense, they see, they have it all. They don't have any beliefs blocking them. Like, oh, I'm not intuitive. That's a human thing that humans need to get over. Because we are as intuitive as them, but we get in our way with belief systems. Animals don't have belief systems. They get in their way. They just are pure energy. Okay. So, yeah, that's why they pick up so much. But this also should help you understand that when you're looking at crystals and there could be, you know, 50 different rose quartz in front of you, but there is one that you are drawn to. It is the minerals and the crystallization in your body, literally having a frequency exchange with that crystal. And that crystal is saying, I need to work with you. I need to work with you. Something is out of balance, and I can balance you because I'm an oscillator. I am a frequency stabilizer. I didn't know I was doing this, and I'll show you a picture later. It's actually coming up pretty soon. Of I kept I was told many times that I needed a particular type of crystal, and I wasn't resonating at all. I'm like, I already have this crystal. I don't particularly want it. Well, I brought it home and it was for my cat Dobby. It wasn't for me. So you need to trust that when you are looking at crystals and it just keeps nagging you and you're like, yeah, I don't really resonate with it, but it is getting your attention, it may be for an animal in your life. because this is all frequency. That's all it is. We're dealing with frequency, which is the highest form of communication. Everything on this planet and in the universe and in the multiverses and the quantum field and the morphogenic field, it's all frequency communication. That's all it is. Everything communicates in frequency. Even like I'm looking out my window here at all these trees. These trees communicate with each other if there is some sort of invasion of like the Japanese beetle is coming in. Trees will protect themselves. They will produce a sap or they will drop their leaves and they communicate with each other in frequency that, hey, an invader is coming. That's how the plant kingdom communicates. So it's just fascinating. I love this stuff. And it just really helps me understand why I have been drawn to certain crystals. And hopefully it helps you understand that. All right, any questions? I'm going to do one more segment and show you some videos and then we'll take another break. So any questions on that? Any confusion? Anything? Okay. All right. I want to talk about the energy range of crystals. So each, like when I was talking about the frequency of, this is a very dark amethyst from Turkey, and this is a very light amethyst from Mexico. They're also different sizes. This one is a double terminated. There is a point at each end. We're going to talk about that in a little bit. This is called a druzy. It's got a bunch of tiny little points. Very, very, very different crystals. These each have an energy range that is unique to them. And size matters. So here, I want to show you 3 videos of how I test the energy field because there is a time and a place for the really little teeny tiny crystals and then the really big crystals. They all have a place, they all have a purpose. It depends on what you are doing and what you want to do with them. So let me show you this first video. Oh, hold on. There we go. Let's test 3 different size of crystals. So the first crystal we're going to test is an amethyst, and it's just a small 1-inch tumbled amethyst. I have a chair that it is sitting on, and I'm going to do this in my driveway. All right, here we go. I'm using copper dowsing rods. This is at the house I just moved away from. It had a 200-foot long driveway. I'm waiting for the copper dowsing rods to open. Okay, you see them open?
Right. It opened. And we are 9 feet away. So that little tumbled crystal has an energy range of 9 feet.
All right, let's go to the next one. We're going to build up in size.
The next size crystal is a palm-sized crystal. Okay, so it's about, 4 inches long. This is apophyllite. I talk about it in the advanced class. So let's get her on the chair. And let's test her. Watch for the dowsing rods to open.
So what I'm doing, I've locked my elbows into the side of my body. I put my hands together so I'm really steady. And because these are looking for minerals, they're going all over the place, but I tell it with my intention, focus on the apophyllite, and they go just like this. I mean, they are straight on. It's the craziest thing.
24 plus 6. Okay, that goes out 30 feet.
30 feet. 30 feet. That can cover a lot of your house. All right, let's do one more.
So the last one is a big crystal. It is about 12 inches tall. So if you can see how big it is compared to my hand. All right, let's test.
It opened that far away.
6, 7, 8. Okay, it was 8 of my little cement slabs, which are 8 feet long, so that goes out 64 feet. Moral of the story, the bigger the crystal, the bigger the energy field. There is a time and a place for every sized crystal, from the littlest to the biggest.
So when we start talking about different sizes and shapes, just keep that in mind. Now you can buy copper dowsing rods on Amazon and you can test this out yourself. You can literally test every crystal. And tomorrow, when we start talking about building crystal grids, when you add a whole bunch of little crystals together in a crystal grid, oh my gosh, like it's going to go far outside your house. I mean, I have a grid right now that is well over 100 feet in radius. It is, I can't even measure it. It's too big. It's too big. So, anyway, copper dowsing rods historically, and even to this day, are used to locate water. What is water made of? Minerals. They're looking for minerals. What are crystals made of? Minerals. That's how we can use it to test the energy range. So it takes a little practice to work with them. It's kind of like working with a pendulum. Takes a little practice, and then once you get the hang of it, they will work for you. But because there are minerals everywhere, like in my house when I do it, I have crystals everywhere. Outside, there are minerals everywhere. When you direct it with your intention, I mean, remember, everything is frequency. Intention blends with frequencies for a result. And I would do this in front of my students that come here for the live class or the in-person class, and they're always freaking out. They're like, Allie, like the copper dowsing rods were like, "Oh," they were doing this. They're all over the place. Like, oh, there's a mineral, there's a mineral, there's a mineral. And as soon as you said focused on the amethyst, they would go boom. So just if you want to get some and give it a try, just practice with them. It's really fun. It's also fun to bring them out at a party and fascinate your friends and family. Okay. Um, okay, let's take a 5 minute break. Do we have any questions before we take a quick break? Okay. All right, let's come back in 5 minutes. All right, let's keep talking science. This is a little lighter and easier to understand. It's important to know the Mohs hardness of crystals that you are working with. And this information is really easy to find online. If you want to work with any crystal book, the crystal book that I recommend, I mean, I love this. I don't really refer to a lot of crystal books, but when I need to, this one, The Encyclopedia of Crystals by Judy Hall, because she gives you the Mohs hardness, she gives you the toxicity, which we'll talk about next. And this is a color-coded book, so she's got like all the purple crystals in one chapter. because so many times we forget a crystal. We're like, "Ooh, I don't know what this is," and you can go to her book and try to do an identification of it. But the Mohs hardness is really important to know for a couple of reasons. It's going to inform you on whether you cleanse a crystal directly in water. Okay? The hard rule, no pun intended, but the hard rule is crystals that are Mohs hardness 6 and higher can go in water because the water is not going to break them down. Crystals that are soft are 5 and below. We do not put these in water at all. Okay. Now, this is also important to know because the Mohs hardness gives us an idea of what the crystals are working on at a frequency level. The softer crystals work on soft issues, acute issues. So, they're working on things that are more fluid, like emotions, whereas hard crystals work on hard issues, chronic issues, like chronic physical issues. So you're going with the quartz, the citrine, the amethyst, these hard crystals, because hard crystals work on hard issues. Okay, so that's the second thing. The Mohs hardness also comes into play when we start talking about making crystal water, which we probably won't get to that until tomorrow. Because again, the hard cutoff is Mohs hardness 6 and higher. Okay, we don't put crystals in water unless it's 6 or higher. Now, I've written a book called The Oily Crystal. If you work with essential oils, there's a lot of people out there putting crystals in essential oil roller bottles, but they're putting crystals that are too soft and the crystal breaks down. And even if the crystal is safe when it comes to toxicity, which I'll talk about next, the way crystals grow, a harmful mineral could sneak in and could be inside the crystal. And if it breaks apart, it's then leached into the oil or the water. Okay. But when it comes to hardness, 6 and higher is what can go in liquid. But the other thing to think about is, let me finish with this. So how like this, when you start getting deeper into identifying crystals, you can identify crystals based on the Mohs hardness. I remember when I went through my advanced training, I was sent a box of, I think it was 12 clear crystals. They were all clear and white, but none of them were the same. And I had to distinguish them based on the Mohs hardness. Like the calcite, I could scrape with my fingernail. Whereas it took a steel nail to scratch a clear quartz. So this is how you can start determining, are people labeling their crystals right? I mean, I've actually gone into some crystal stores that labeled a clear calcite as a clear quartz, and I just took my fingernail and scratched it, and it's like, no, this is calcite, this is not quartz. Plus, the calcite was shaped like a square, which is one way that calcite grows. Clear quartz doesn't grow in a square. It's always a six-sided hexagon. So you start figuring this stuff out. But you can test this with your crystals, especially if you have calcite. Take your fingernail and scratch it. And that's how you know. Now, I didn't put this on the screen. Toxicity is the second thing that we need to look at, not necessarily for just cleansing a crystal. Okay, that's just Mohs hardness. But when we are putting crystals in water to drink or to turn into like a spray bottle, we can spray animals with it and they're getting that crystalline energy. You have to make sure it's not toxic. So in the back of your workbook, I've given you a listing of some of the more common toxic crystals. These do not go in water to drink or to spray on any animal. And again, if you work with essential oils and want to put crystals in a roller bottle, none of these can go in, because just because something comes from the earth doesn't mean it's beneficial. The earth produces a lot of things that is harmful to the body. Petroleum, okay, we shouldn't be rubbing it all over our body. Aluminum, we don't want to rub it on our body. Some crystals have arsenic in them. We don't want to be rubbing that on our body. Most crystals have some sort of toxicity to them. They're okay to hold, especially if they are polished, because the polishing, not that it adds a seal, but it seals the minerals in so you can hold them. But if the crystal is raw, like when we talk about malachite, either later today or tomorrow morning, malachite heavy in copper, we have to manage and make sure that we don't have too much copper in the body. So whenever I'm holding a raw piece of malachite, I wash my hands afterward. And I'm certainly not brushing Rudy with a raw piece of malachite. A polished piece, yes, but raw, no. So just be be mindful of Mohs hardness and toxicity, especially around animals. We don't want to have pieces laying out that they could put in their mouth. They could, they rub their face against everything. They're going to rub their face against crystals. Make sure if it's in the raw form that it's not toxic. If it's polished, that is generally regarded as safe. Okay?
Allie,
Yes.
question along that line. Um, I got a broken tite recently, and the guy was telling me that he slept holding a piece of it in his hand every night for a year, a raw broken tite. And I noticed it's on your list. It's not one I'd heard of before. It's high in copper. It's
Mhm.
related to malachite.
Yeah.
And I was just thinking, I didn't think that sounded very safe because we have acids and oils in our hand.
Mhm.
Okay. Yeah. So
Yeah.
I mean, unless he was majorly defective in copper, I'm not sure how that helped him, but
Yeah.
okay. Yeah, that was, thank you for confirming that.
Yeah. And this is, people don't know what they don't know. And I really don't know other crystal people talking Mohs hardness and toxicity. They're just not. They're not talking about it. This is really important to know. So yeah, it's it's okay to have crystals sitting out. Um, but we always want to think safety with animals, because we basically have to toddler proof our homes when we bring a pet in. Same thing goes with crystals. We have to toddler proof. Great question. All right, Rudy. He's like, if you have one of your crystals and you have a cooperative pet, I want to teach you a technique before we really even get into techniques. Just take the little tumbled piece. Start here, Rudy. I'll start with a small piece. Start at the top of their head and just go down their spine, like literally take it down their spine. Okay, Rudy is like, I did not want that crystal. See how he got up? He's now looking out the window. I am not going to pet him with this crystal. It was labradorite. He's like, that's not what I wanted. I know what he did want, and we'll get to that. So yeah, that is an easy technique. From the head right down the spine and see if they like it. So I want to get into crystal forms, because the forms that we use are going to dictate the energy that they offer, and they're going to feel different with animals. Now, this is the one that Rudy really wanted, and it's called a druzy. Druzy crystals are small individual crystals that are growing on top of a larger crystal. So do you see on this crystal where it looks like it's sugar coating it? It's it's just crystallization, really, really, really tiny crystals. If you have a jeweler's loupe and you look at that sugary druzy, they're actually little points, but they're so tiny. Okay, there's another example of druzy. It's just all these little, 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 little tiny points growing on top of a bigger crystal. And it is this that I love to comb animals with, literally directly on the skin. And I will show some videos later when we get into techniques. But having a druzy, especially one that's, kind of palm size like this, the points are not so pointy that you can put it directly on their skin. Rudy loves this. My cat Stella loves this. Like, I need to brush her all the time. She has a really thick undercoat. This actually pulls hair. It is amazing. She loves it. She goes bananas over this. This is a fantastic calming technique to do. Now, you can get druzy and clear quartz, and you're going to learn later all the properties of these crystals. Clear quartz comes in druzy, amethyst comes in druzy. Um, those are probably the two big ones. Those are the two big ones. Clear quartz is elevating high frequency. Amethyst druzy is calming and grounding. So I highly recommend having one of these in your supply. All right, the next is a cluster. So a cluster has large individual crystals all growing from a base, and the base is called a matrix. And the matrix often is just stone. It's rocky. Like there's no crystallization. It's just minerals. It looks brown or black. It's just a rocky base. And then the minerals started to crystallize on top of it. And the points grow in all different directions, and they're big enough that you could break them off. You could just break them off. But a cluster is fantastic in your home, or if you have a business. For anybody who has, a pet business, maybe they're a groomer or a veterinarian. I have veterinarians that have clusters in their waiting room to basically keep people calm. What clusters do is they spray the energy in all different directions. That's what a cluster is good for. You're just saturating a space with the energy. So on the screen here is a rutilated quartz. So it's a smoky quartz and it's got those golden rutiles in it. That has such a soothing yet high vibrational frequency to it. And you just put that in a room. I mean, you could put this on a coffee table in like your main family room area. You could put it on a dining room table. You could, in a basement, wherever you like to congregate. I like to have at least one decent size cluster, like at least 6 inches or bigger. It's decorative, but it's also performing a function because it is raising the frequency of a space. Okay. All right. Next are points. Points can either be single terminated or double terminated. So points that are single terminated usually grow separately all on their own, or they can come out of a matrix like this. They just break apart a cluster and get the points individually out of them. But sometimes they just grow individually, like loose in the soil. They're not coming out of a matrix. If a crystal is single terminated, think back to that Kirlian photography photo where you saw the energy coming from the base and then squeezing out through the point. This is like laser energy, okay? We can use a point, a single point on the body. I will teach you at some point, probably tomorrow, how to work on the chakras, and we're going to use a point. Okay, so that's why you have points as part of this class. We can use single terminated points when we make a crystal grid. I use single terminated points when I am either working on a cyst or a tumor that still is in the body. I'm trying to bust it up energetically so that it stops the frequency of being a disease. I just want to bust it up, and clear quartz is great for that. Or if it has been removed, I'm still in there with the point, circling, 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 and I'm busting up that energy. Okay. Now, a double terminated naturally grows with terminations and points on both ends, which means the frequency goes both ways. So this can be very powerful when you're doing a body layout on an animal. We'll talk about that tomorrow. And maybe you want to connect two parts of the body so that they're flowing. So, let's say you have a dog that just has nervous barking. Barking comes from the throat chakra, but that nervousness, it could be fear. And this is where we have to become a pet detective, as I call it. Um, Maybe that's coming from the solar plexus, which is empowerment or disempowerment, lack of confidence. So you want to, work on the solar plexus and then connect it with the throat chakra. So maybe there's less barking because you've empowered the solar plexus, and you just take that double terminated and you just anywhere in between. You're connecting them. Okay? We can also use double terminated in a grid, because when I talk about grids tomorrow, we're going to talk about the different ways that the grid sends energy out into the quantum field, and a double terminated can really help determine that direction. Wands. So again, wands can be pointed, and when we are using a pointed crystal and pointing it at an animal, it is piercing that energy field. So we have to be very careful. Okay, I don't even point points at people. You notice when I have been holding up a point, it's up and down. I'm not pointing it at you guys because be careful where you point the points. So when we point into the energy field of an animal, it's like surgery. We are creating an incision so that we can go in, pull something out, and then we replace it with the crystalline energy, which is just pure, healthy frequency. That's what points are for. When we have what's called a massage wand, where it's polished on both ends, this is where we can literally kind of massage the muscles in the body. So I don't know if Rudy's going to go for it. He's sitting here. All right, Rudy, let's find something muscular like the back. Here, I always let him smell. He's okay. He's bending his head down. Is this where you wanted it? It's a massage with a crystal. So you find the muscular areas, the squishy areas, and I'm just lightly massaging. Oh, he's smearing his nose juice on my arm. That's a sign of affection. Does that feel nice? Does that feel nice? We do it over here. Oh, you're welcome, Rudy. Oh, he's purring so loud. So we can use it to massage. We can even use it on ourselves, like if you have sinus issues. Oh, Rudy, thank you. Thank you for demonstrating. You're such a good boy. Such a good boy. All right. So these are like foundational crystals to have: a druzy, a single terminated, a double terminated, a massage wand. This is more for grids when you have a sphere. And remember from the Kirlian photography photo, it just sends energy in all directions. When we talk about grids tomorrow, I'll talk a little bit more about this, but this, again, if you like polished crystals. It just oozes energy in all directions. It's a very gentle energy, and animals really like it. And the last one is palm stones. You know, again, you just hold it in your hand and you can just, you can go through their energy field or you can go right on the body because it's polished and it feels gentle. It feels gentle to them. Okay. Any questions about, oh, I got to talk about this, about the forms. Okay. So before I talk about this, there are two different belief systems that I have found in the crystal world. There's the scientific belief system and the purist. These are my labels, the purist. The purists do not like crystals that are polished, that are overly processed. Like I see a lot of crystals that are turned into like in the shape of a turtle. Okay, it's overly processed. The purists don't like the lab created. They don't like the crystals that are tampered with. Like we're going to talk about how a lot of citrine is heat treated amethyst. It's still citrine, but it started out as amethyst. They don't like that. They don't like crystals that are polished, that are cut, that are punctured to make bracelets and earrings and jewelry. They are pure. They are the purest. They want the crystals in the natural form coming out of the earth. And then there's the scientific belief that says you can do all that stuff to crystals, except lab creation is not a real crystal. But you can cut, you can polish, you can drop a crystal on the ground. It is still a crystal. It has a crystalline lattice because crystals are virtually indestructible. That's why they've been here millions and billions of years. You can do all this stuff. The crystalline lattice is still there. Like even human emotions, purists believe that you have to cleanse crystals like crazy. That's what we're going to talk about next. And the scientists say if a human emotion can literally embed itself in a crystal, humans would have long since destroyed the entire crystalline world and therefore would have blown up the planet with their bad emotions. Scientifically, our emotions, negative energy, doesn't impact and penetrate the crystal. Now, can it be on the outside? Yeah, but it can't penetrate and tamper with it. Crystals have that crystalline structure that is indestructible virtually. I can only think of two situations that destroy crystalline structure. One is melting it down, and two, trying to replicate it in the lab by melting it down, injecting things into it. Like it just takes a lot to destroy a crystal. So when we are working with crystals for healing, and I'm going to define healing because healing does not mean cure. All right. Healing means supporting our pets through a condition that may or may not balance the body. When the body can come into balance, it's called homeostasis. When the body can eliminate things that are causing destruction, like Wi-Fi, negative human emotions, unhealthy pet food, stress in the home. When you can start eliminating those things, the body can start regulating. Crystals can start to regulate. Unfortunately, I have a lot of people come to me when their pets are stage 4 cancer. The body is so destructed at that point, there's simply not enough time for the crystals to work. Crystals take time. We're working on subtle energy fields. But crystals have been used for thousands of years in every ancient civilization, every ancient community, from the Romans to the Incans to the Mayans to the American Indians to the Egyptians. They all have utilized crystals for healing, for ceremonies, for protection, all sorts of ways. And I find that animals are just naturally drawn to crystals. So this photo right here, this is my 18-year-old Dobby. I adopted him when he was 12. I had a crystal seller, a crystal dealer that I buy from sometimes, and he kept telling me that I needed to come home with a green apatite. Apatite is a type of crystal. It comes in many colors. I have green apatite. I don't particularly resonate with it. And I'm like, I already have a piece. I don't need another piece. Like I'm not resonating with it. 3 times I was at his facility and he kept coming at me with green apatite. And I'm like, stop with the green apatite. Like, I don't want green apatite. Thank you, but no. And he's like, gosh, I really feel that you need this. And I'm like, no. Well, finally, it's like, okay, fine. I'm just going to bring home a little piece. So it's like, maybe I need it and I don't know. So I'm laying down on the couch and watching a Hallmark movie and I have it on my heart, because it's a green crystal. It goes on the heart chakra. And my cat Dobby had never come and laid on top of me, but he literally laid on top of this crystal. And I took that picture. That crystal was for him. It was not for me. It's why I wasn't resonating with it. This guy that I buy from, he was picking up on it. And even he couldn't explain it. He just kept saying, you need to take one of these home. I don't know why. I feel very strongly about this. If you ever feel that way, you feel very strongly about a crystal and you're like, I'm really confused because I don't particularly like the color or the shape, or I look up what it does, or I just know what it does, and it's like, yeah, I just don't, it doesn't make sense. You need to trust your intuition. You need to trust because it could be for an animal. Because it's not like we're taking our animals out crystal shopping with us. So they're going to communicate remember the crystals, the mineral world, and the animal world communicate in frequency. And they don't even need to be in the presence of each other to have that communication. That crystal is Dobby's. From that moment 6 years ago, it has been in his bed that he sleeps in. That is his crystal. It's not my crystal. It's his crystal. This is how crystals work. Now, when I talk to people about crystals, crystals can work very quickly on minor issues. If you need to calm down a pet, you can take an amethyst. You're going to learn that it's calming. You can brush right down them, and you can calm them down. You can put crystals in their bed. We're going to go through all of this in greater detail. And you can work on something that's relatively light or minor very quickly. If there is something long-standing, a long-standing behavioral issue that has not been resolved, a long-standing health issue that has never been resolved, you have to give the crystals time to basically unwind the energy. It takes time to work it back out of the energy field. So you have to give yourself time. This is why I always teach being proactive. How can you just be proactive? Have crystals all over your house. Have a cluster in each room. When you learn about what certain crystals do, you'll know exactly where to put them. So at the end of this class, I'll tell you about our crystal cluster community. It's continuing education for students. And you all are now, that Susan's been in it for a long time, but you're eligible to join this community. And we just spent 2 months talking about feng shui placement of crystals in our home. And that's the sort of thing that go beyond these classes to continue your education. But having the crystals around is working on the animals in our home. I'm even going to show you how to put crystals outside for the animals that are outside. But healing doesn't mean a cure. It's supporting our pets, working to get the body into balance and homeostasis so that disease, the frequency of disease moves out or doesn't even come in to begin with, because disease means dis-ease. You're not at ease in the body. And there's a lot of frequencies and a lot of things that happen to throw the body off. Like I said, pet food is one of the biggest culprits. A lot of it's full of toxins and artificial flavors and colors. Ew, that's bad frequency in the body. Number two, human emotions. Like we got to get it together so that if we're angry or upset or having an emotional roller coaster day, they don't feed off of it. Number three, what's going on in the house? Is there chaos? Got kids running all over the place? Got adults arguing? Put crystals all over the place to resolve that energy. Four, Wi-Fi. I'm going to talk to you about crystals that you can surround your Wi-Fi router with. There are things that we can do to change the energy in the home to then help the body come into balance. And that's the healing. That's the healing. So, all right. Do we need another break? Oh, no, we'll do a break in about 15 minutes. Any questions about that before I start talking about cleansing of crystals? Here, I'm going to stop sharing for a second. Any questions? Because we're going to go on to the next section, which is page 13, I believe. Any questions? All right. Kelly, you're hanging in there. Good for you. You are a superstar.
Allie, I just have a little similar story about the crystal that you didn't like, right? The green apatite.
Yeah.
When I was at Tucson, not this year, but the year before, we bought a ton of stuff from this guy from Brazil, and he gave each of us a golden healer quartz that had been polished and shaped into a flame.
Okay.
I just didn't resonate with it.
Mhm.
Maybe not 100% a purist, but I don't know. Some shapes I like, and that one just didn't. Yeah.
Yeah.
So when I was putting crystals around the living room, I just thought, well, you know what? That's still a nice one to put in the living room. So I had a double-sided dish with that in one side, and I don't even, maybe rose quartz in the other side. And then we got this dog from the shelter, and he was so nervous. He'd been abused. He was so fearful. And we put his bed, the only place for his bed was right there by the crystal table. And he stood up and he when we finally got him to go in the bed, put his nose up there. And I was like, you want the crystals? I tried the rose quartz. Wasn't interested. I handed him that. Sorry, my brain. um, the golden healer flame. And he just started putting his nose, his mouth, licking it, and he started licking from the crystal all over my hands, back to the crystal, my hands. I mean, it was just like a bonding moment. So, and I had that long before we got him, but I keep it by his bed now.
Yeah, and it's stories like that that we all experience that like this is what happens in the quantum field. There is this consciousness, this intelligence where if we follow our intuition is always right. Always, always, always. Our ego keeps us small and usually takes us down a wrong path. But our intuition is always right. And when we do something, or we get a crystal, or a crystal is given to us, and even if we're like, why? Why? When you stay open, you'll understand it. And it, like you said, it may happen down the road. It may happen down the road. So, um, we're gonna talk about how to work with a pendulum. I gotta figure out where that is in this workbook. Um, You can pendulum test. Am I to work with this crystal? And if it says no, you can say, do I need to take it home because I'm supposed to work with it in the future? And you may get a yes. Like you don't need it now, but you need to take it home because you're going to need it maybe a year down the road. So yeah, thank you for sharing that. All right, let's talk about caring for crystals. So I want to talk about cleansing. And again, this is where the purists and the scientists differ. You really do not need to cleanse crystals as much as you think. A purist is going to cleanse a crystal anytime anyone touches a crystal or even comes into the energy field of it. Like I know people who cleanse crystals every day. It's like, you know what? If that's your thing, go for it. Because whether you're a purist or a scientist, or you flip back and forth like I do, whatever is right for you, whatever you're resonating with, is the right thing. Okay, so trust that. But I can tell you, you don't need to cleanse as much as you think you do because crystals don't absorb negative energy like what is talked about. Like if you have a friend touch one of your crystals, she's not going to put her bad energy into the crystal to change it. But if you feel that, if you feel strongly you need to cleanse it, certainly trust what you are feeling. When we talk about black tourmaline, which we may get to today, black tourmaline is pyroelectric. It can take on an electrical charge, so it can absorb Wi-Fi, but it transmutes it. It brings it in and then sends it back out as a different frequency. So crystals really don't need to be cleansed as much. Now, I always cleanse crystals initially when I bring them home. Like I had all of you cleanse in a certain way. Some can go in water, some can go in salt. Those are my top two methods of what I do. And it's because, like, especially if a crystal can go in water, you can cleanse it for hygienic reasons because you never know who's been touching it. So you can cleanse it hygienically. But just understand that crystals really don't lose their frequency. It takes a heck of a lot for a crystal to lose its frequency. But if you feel it has, you can do a cleansing on it. Now, there are some and a lot of books and some people that say that, clear quartz can cleanse crystals, or citrine or kyanite or selenite can cleanse crystals, or they don't even ever need to be cleansed. Okay, if you resonate with that, then okay. But the scientists say, well, if clear quartz can cleanse crystals, then why can't amethyst? Why can't carnelian? Why can't agate? Because they're all crystals. They all have a crystalline lattice. And if citrine and kyanite and selenite don't ever need cleansing, then clear quartz wouldn't need cleansing, right? Because they all have a crystalline lattice. So the scientists say if they don't need cleansing, then they all don't need cleansing. Okay, so they're looking at it very, very differently. And they're looking at it from the fact that crystals are millions and billions of years old. And they still have their frequency to them. Okay. Now, another thing that a lot of people think they need to cleanse a crystal if it feels negative to them. And I'm saying that in air quotes because crystals don't carry a negative frequency. What crystals do is they bubble up a negative feeling in us. And when that happens, the crystal is literally getting your attention to say, please let me work with you. This is an emotion, anger, fear, rage, whatever it is. It's ready to release, and I triggered it in you. But almost everyone runs away from those crystals. And I see it at shows. They pick them up and say, ooh, this has a negative energy. And I just have to zip my lips Because otherwise, I'd be running up to everybody saying, "No, no, honey, it's you. It's you." Like the crystal is literally bubbling up something. And this is good because we need to release it. It's telling you that you have this in you, so work with it. It got your attention for a reason. With animals, when they are repelled from a crystal, it does not mean the crystal has a negative energy. It could be bringing up something that they're ready to release, or that's just not the crystal that they want to work with. Like Rudy, when I brushed him with the labradorite, he's like, "No, that's not the crystal that I wanted." He wanted Rudy, what are you doing? Oh, welcome to having a home office where it's bring your cat to work day every day. What he really wanted was this. He's like, I didn't want the Labradorite. I wanted this. He loves this. He is purring so loud right now. He loves this amethyst druzy. So pay attention to the crystals that they're drawn to, that they're, and it's not that they're repelled by it, but they're like, no, that's not the one that I want. So I'll teach you how to offer crystals. Okay, so let's talk about cleansing crystals. So I had you all put certain crystals in sea salt water, and I had you put certain crystals in just sea salt. And that's because of the Mohs hardness. Okay, Mohs hardness 6 and higher can go in water. They're not going to break apart. So if there's a mineral on the inside, it's not going to break apart. Okay, it's not going to fall apart. It's not going to be too soft. So I like to do a 24-hour sea salt soak of those crystals. I just put them in and I use sea salt. I'm not using iodized salt. I like to use sea salt because that is very cleansing. Salt lamps are made of sea salt. They cleanse the air. So this is a way that you can not only physically cleanse, but energetically cleanse. Now, if it's a Mohs hardness 5 and under, I'm just going to put it in sea salt, no water. Now, you don't have to bury it in the salt. It can just be a little sprinkling in a bowl and you lay the crystal on top, or you can bury it. It's up to you. But I, again, let that sit for about 24 hours and then I just shake off the salt and we are good. Some people like to cleanse crystals by putting them in the sun. The sun has a life-giving vitality energy. We would not have life on Earth if it wasn't for the sun. The sun gives energy, it gives vitality. Crystals obviously come out of the earth that has been infused with the sun. So crystals love sun energy. So absolutely, you can put them out in the sun. Now, there are a lot of people that say, don't put dark crystals out in the sun, they will fade. I have disproven this. I have. I have had very dark colored amethyst sitting in a sunny window for more than 10 years, and it has not changed. It has not changed. So I don't buy into that. Scientifically, I don't buy into that. It hasn't changed it. So I have all these dark crystals sitting in sunny windows and they're super happy. They're super fine.
Can I ask a question before
Yes.
you get too far from the salt?
Yeah.
I bought an anhydro agate from Amazzoni in Tucson. It was about this big, it was flat. You could literally see the bubble. I wish I hadn't done it. I don't know if I did it or it just happened, but I put it on top of salt and let it sit for, I don't know, 24, maybe 48 hours.
Okay.
The water bubble disappeared.
Ooh.
Do you think that the bottom of it wasn't perfectly smooth? It had little indentations. Do you think that possibly there was a little, I mean, the water would have leaked out, right? The salt. couldn't have gotten in or the water would have leaked out? Or do you think it was just it?
That's what crystals do. They
Yeah,
change forms. I don't know how to explain it. They will change forms. Traits will disappear, traits will appear.
yeah.
Even though they are dug up basically from their mother, they continue to be alive. But yet, you're right. The water would have leaked out.
Yeah. If the salt could have gotten in.
Exactly.
I mean, I still have it, I'm just like, maybe it'll come back someday. I don't know. Maybe it went deep inside. I have no clue, but
Yeah. Was it a big
yeah, it was big.
water?
The
The
it
water, the
Oh
water part.
yeah, the water bubble was, like
Minuscule.
as, no, as big as my thumbnail or something. It wasn't tiny. You could see it roll back and forth when you tipped the agate around.
Are you
And it
sure it was water?
Mhm. He said it was in hydro. You could see it move. He showed it to me.
That's very interesting.
Yeah. Well, if I ever get another one, I'll never put it on salt just to be sure.
Yeah, I
I
don't know
would
what to say.
myself.
And that's very unusual. I'll be honest, I've never heard of an anhydro water bubble in an agate.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's
agate has quartz and they grow in quartz. So it's absolutely possible, but even that big, that's very unusual. So,
it,
wow.
it was like agate around quartz with that in the middle of it,
Oh, okay, then that explains it. Because
like maybe it had been like a geode.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's, wow, that's bizarre. I don't even know what to say.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks.
Yeah, it's the magic of crystals. Like they do stuff. There is so much that we can't explain, but it was telling you something. So, let's see, what else can we do to cleanse crystals? Some people smudge. They burn sage. And that's a very purist technique. There's no science behind it, but Native Americans still smudge to cleanse. I do legal training for tribal communities, and even when we are on Zoom, they are smudging the screen. I mean, they smudge everything. So, okay, this is an ancient practice. You could smudge. Some people cleanse crystals with sound. So, in my advanced class, I talk about crystal singing bowls. Crystals love sound frequency, absolutely love sound frequency. So you can play a crystal singing bowl, a Tibetan singing bowl. Right now I have YouTube playing on my television upstairs, and I play frequency music. So you can play frequency music on your television and let the crystals, love that. Now, when you need to do a deep cleansing, if you just feel like a crystal really needs a deep cleansing, bury it in the earth. Bury it in the earth. Mark where you buried it because I've had a lot of crystals disappear. It's like they just go back to the mothership. They're like, I'm out of here. And they suck right into the earth. But you're going to bury it sometimes for 3 to 6 months. And the earth resets the frequency because where do crystals come from? They come from the earth. The earth provides the frequency. So if you feel like, oh, like this crystal's been through a hard time, this crystal has been in Aunt Millie's dark basement for 70 years, like this crystal needs a deep cleanse. Go ahead and bury it in the ground. Doesn't matter the Mohs hardness, doesn't matter. Okay. The earth knows what to do. Now, another thing that a lot of people talk about is activating a crystal to work. That's what purists like to do. And the scientists are like, no, 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 no. You don't activate a crystal. Crystals know what to do. We are the one that's activated. We are getting ourselves aligned with the crystal so that we can then work the crystal with the animals. So, what I do, I mean, yes, you can put crystals in a full moon. Crystals like full moon energy because the earth is influenced not only by the sun, but by the moon. So you can put crystals out in a full moon and they just resonate with that. But what I like to do is hold a crystal and I just ask it to work with me and through me to help animals. I'm getting myself aligned with this crystal. I'm getting into those physics principles where I am letting this crystal pull me up. We are adding together, we're creating a whole new frequency, which is going to resonate with animals because animals don't like chaos. They don't like anxiety. I'm getting me aligned. I'm getting me activated to be with the crystal. Does that make sense? I don't need to tell this Labradorite what to do. She's like, I'm millions of years old. She's like, I am old medicine. Like, you don't need to tell me what to do. She's like, I'm going to set you straight. Great. Activate me so that I know how to work these crystals with animals. That's really what the activation means. Okay. Um, Now, if you feel like crystals need cleansing because they've been through a really hard time, absolutely cleanse them. Trust yourself. Every now and then, I will look at a crystal that's just been out in the environment and I'm like, oh, you need cleansing. There's no scientific proof for that. It's the purist in me saying, I'm gonna put you through a cleansing. Or, hey, I'm gonna put you guys out in the full moon, especially if we're having like a lunar eclipse or a solar eclipse. Um, or I'll put them out in the sun. If I put them all out every month, that would be a full-time job. So just know that even when your crystals are in your home, even if they are not in front of a window, they still get sun and moon energy. Because if you ever struggle to sleep during a full moon, obviously you are in your house, in your bedroom, in your bed, and the moon is influencing you. Just like your crystals. Your crystals can be anywhere in your home. They are getting influenced by earth frequency, sun frequency, and moon frequency. But a lot of times we like the ceremony of it. Putting certain crystals out in the full moon, putting crystals out in the sun, cleansing the crystals. And if you like that ceremony, absolutely do it. If you feel moved to do it, trust that and do it. Okay, this is where, whether you are a purist or a scientist or a little bit of both, it's all accurate. It's all accurate. You do what works for you. All right, and the last thing in this section is about storing crystals. So I find that the more you start learning about crystals, the more you're going to buy because you're going to feel more confident. You're going to be an educated buyer. And it's a good time to figure out how you're going to store crystals. I have way too many people come to me with pictures of crystals saying, Allie, what is this? It is almost impossible for me to determine from a picture. I have to feel. I have to feel it. I need to really see the shape of it. If it's polished, I definitely need to feel it because there's a difference between polished clear calcite, polished clear quartz, and polished clear selenite. They may all look the same. When they are polished, I have to feel them. I'm using my nail, I'm scraping. So it's hard to do it by a photo. So figure out now how you want to store your crystals. So I don't know if you can see back here. You see this bookshelf I have here? Those are the wooden um, shadow boxes, is usually what they're called online. I have one, two, three, four, five, I have six wooden shadow boxes, all full of tumbled crystals because tumbled and polished black crystals like black tourmaline, onyx, jet, um, obsidian, they all look the same. Even I get them confused. So I have them all alphabetized because that's just how I am. I have to alphabetize them. Maybe you want to color code them. Figure out how you want to start storing them. Okay. Now, the purists like to store in natural containers, like wood containers, maybe store them in little cloth bags. I have a certified student who stores them in socks. Like she loses one pair of the sock. She just has one. She stores crystals in the socks. It just cracks me up so much. And I'm like, how do you know what's in the sock? She's like, I know. I know what's in that sock. It's like, oh my gosh, that's brilliant. That's okay. That works for her. Now, can you store in a plastic container? Of course. Of course you can. The scientists are like, you store how you want to store. The purists are never going to store in a plastic container, but if you want to store in a plastic container, again, you are not impacting the crystalline lattice. You're just not. So figure out a system. Um, I still have, it's just a tackle box from the local hardware store. It's a plastic box. And I have crystals in there at a cat orphanage that I worked at in the Washington, D.C. area. And they still have it. I had all the explanations and labels on it so that then other people could keep working with the crystals, and it's still there. So you do what works for you, but I would figure out a system sooner rather than later. Okay. All right. We are due for a 5-minute break. The next thing that we're going to do is we're going to start going through these crystals that are the 10 crystals that are part of this class. So if you have them with you and want to, and if you have a cooperative pet, while I'm talking about them, you can start offering them and see what they think about them. So if you want to get them and have them, that would be great. But let's go ahead and take a 5-minute stretch break. All right, we are in the final stretch for today, and we're going to start talking about specific crystals and what they do. So I have given you a listing on page 15 of crystals that I have worked with for specific issues. So this is just a little index for you. I'm not going to go through all of them, but the one thing that I teach and I think is important is if you are drawn to work with a certain crystal, let's say you have, um, a cat that is having arthritis and just kind of aches and pains. Normally I would work with fuchsite or black tourmaline. But if you feel drawn to work with amethyst, I want you to trust that. I want you to trust that, okay? Because that's where the frequency exchange comes in, where you are being drawn to work with a specific crystal. Because when we have an intention, remember when I talked about in the quantum field, we have our intention, we are an observer, and that's what's working with the quantum field. When you have an intention, I want to work with my cat who has arthritis to help her feel a little more comfortable. Then you start getting information in frequency about what to work with. Trust that if you are drawn to a particular crystal. I have really been talking about this in my crystal cluster group. I was talking about it the last 2 weekends when I taught the 19-hour advanced class. I'm like, I want you to trust yourself. Don't use somebody else's prescription or somebody else's recipe. You can use it as a template and as a guideline to understand, oh, now I understand why those crystals were recommended. Well, now I want to work with this one. Trust yourself, okay? This is where understanding the minerals can really help you go deep. Okay? Okay. I'm going to share the screen here. Do, 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 do. All right, let's talk about black tourmaline. Okay. Um, this is a really, really powerful crystal to work with because it contains aluminum and iron. I want you to always remember aluminum and iron are the coat of shining armor. Okay, think of medieval, coat of shining armor. It's protective and it's heavy. Anything that's heavy is grounding. And now you know what black tourmaline does. It's grounding and it's protective, and that's what all the crystal books say, but they don't talk about it from that perspective. So I really don't see faked black tourmaline. In each of these crystals, I'm giving you how to identify them so that when you're shopping, you can make sure you're not buying fakes. I don't really see fake black tourmaline, but when it is polished, it is really difficult to tell it apart from onyx, from jet, from numite. You can kind of tell it apart from obsidian. Obsidian has like a little like transparency, translucency on the outside, but not always. So when it's polished, it can be difficult, and this is where you have to trust who you are buying from, that they have it labeled properly. I find too many do not have it labeled properly. They are just trusting who they're buying from, and they don't have enough crystal knowledge to correct misidentification. Because think of what iron does in the body. Okay? Animals and humans have to have iron. Iron strengthens the immune system. Iron cleanses the blood. Iron cleanses organs. Now you know what you can use this crystal for. When animals have something wrong with their immune system, when they have debilitating pain, iron and aluminum strengthen. Okay, so we need to strengthen them and get them balanced. So it's really good for autoimmune. Autoimmune requires heavy mineralization. We are now working the mineralization from the energy field. But it is also known as being grounding and protective because it has iron and aluminum. Iron and aluminum is grounding and protective, but iron and or aluminum also transmute electromagnetic frequencies like Wi-Fi, and I'm going to show you a couple of videos. In the energy world, and I hear way too many people talking about blocking energy. I don't agree with that. We have to transmute the energy, not block it. When you block an energy, it boomerangs and it keeps going. It never ends because energy is neither created nor destroyed. It just keeps moving. And so when I hear energy workers talking about using crystals to block energy, again, so much is open for interpretation and whether you're a scientist or purist belief system. But this is one where I have a hard no. We don't block energy. Because remember, our intention influences everything. We transmute it, which means you take a disharmonic energy and turn it into harmony. And black tourmaline can do that. And for the longest time, I'm like, okay, this is what everybody says. You know, I'll have it around my house. I'll test it out. Like the four corners of each level of my house, I have a bi-level house. I have black tourmaline in the four corners to energetically ground my house. That is a really beneficial thing to do for your pets. And I have it in front of my computer and I have it around my Wi-Fi router. But it wasn't until I got an EMF detector that I really proved that this blocks. Absolutely. So let's watch some videos. So I have a smart electrical meter on the outside of my house that is basically at level with that baseboard. I have a black tourmaline there, but let's take it away. And this is an electromagnetic frequency meter. The top is electrical, the bottom is magnetic. Watch this. That's not good. All right, now let's put this back. And the black tourmaline is protecting. Our homes are wired with electricity. I mean, you can have as much black tourmaline around your house as you want. That's why I like to do the four corners of not even every room, just the main floor. The main floor, the four corners, I'm grounding the house. But this, if you have what's called a smart electrical meter, that's coming inside the house. So this is a great way to transmute that. All right, let's go to the next one. This is my computer. There's a black tourmaline. That's why I have black tourmaline here. That is shungite. Shungite is just carbon. It's technically not even a crystal, but it works. Crazy. That's Newmite. And that works the best. That's full of iron. That comes out of Greenland. So the shungite and the Newmite I talk about in the advanced class. But again, Newmite has iron. Black tourmaline has iron and aluminum. Shungite is just carbon. It's technically not even a crystal, but it behaves like a crystal. I don't know how to explain it, but it works. All right, I think I got one more video. Ooh, microwave. The magnetic it's not even on. This is an EMF charm. It didn't work. That's another EMF charm. It did not work. I can't find the video where I tested the black tourmaline, but the black tourmaline did work. That was an old microwave. I got rid of it after I did this test because it wasn't even on and it was putting out magnetic. And I freaked out. It's like, nope, it's got to go. Those charms, so that second one is advertised as a pet charm, like you can hang it on their collar. I think the next video I show, it does help with electrical, doesn't help with magnetic at all, but they advertise it that way. The first charm it's called the Harmony with an I, Harmony pendant. I cannot figure out how it works. They say it works because it has a sacred geometry pattern on it. We're going to talk about sacred geometry tomorrow. I still don't get it. It kind of works on electrical. It does not work on magnetic. So again, we have to be careful what we buy. They make these claims and there's no support. So I bought that EMF detector on Amazon for like 40 bucks. So you can have fun. You can do your own testing. All right, got one more. Coffee pot. The electrical, obviously, it's got electricity going through it. There's the harmony pendant. That helped with electrical. Not magnetic, though. So you wear it as a necklace and it's protective from electrical. There's the pet pendant. It helped with electrical, but not magnetic. So just be wary of these pendants. There's just a lot of claims made that are not supported at all. Now I have, and I'll talk about tomorrow, I have pet charms that are safe. I created the style and I had a jeweler make them for me. Can't remember if I have any black tourmaline. Honestly, I need to do a check. But that's an easy thing to do. If your pet wears a collar, you can put a black tourmaline um, on their collar. And I'll talk about that more tomorrow. But black tourmaline does transmute the electromagnetic frequencies. So, and I feel a difference because I do a fair amount of computer work and I don't get exhausted. A lot of people, they work in a office, they're in front of a computer all day, artificial lighting, no windows, and they're exhausted at the end of the day. And they take that exhaustion home to their pets. Black tourmaline in front of your computer. That is an easy thing to do. All right, any questions about black tourmaline? Do you have a pet that you were able to even just offer? I should have guided you in that. When I talk about a crystal, just hold it out in your hand to them and see if they come to it or if they just kind of stay back. If they stay back, they're not interested in it, but if they come to it, they're showing consent. And then you could always just brush down their back to see what they like. So, do you have any questions about black tourmaline? This is just a great way to help with all the frequencies that are coming in electrically and through Wi-Fi. This is really good. Really good. And I just got a new supply of black tourmaline in the store, and they have flat bottoms, and the top is shaped in a point. They're pretty chunky, which is what you want in the four corners of your house. It's like, ooh. So, all right, let's go to the next one. Let's talk about carnelian. So, oh, Rudy is all chilled out. He's sleeping on the day couch over here. So carnelian is almost always polished so that you can literally see the internal structure. When crystals are polished, that's usually why. They want you to see the internal structure of what it looks like because when you buy them in a raw natural piece, you can't really see inside of it. Okay. So I've got both on the screen. I got the raw on the right and the polished on the left. So these are totally safe to put in water. Mohs hardness 7. There's nothing toxic. Carnelian is iron and silica. Silica is quartz. Silica is high frequency vibration. Think of this as vitality energy. Silica, its only job is to move energy through the body. That's it. That's its only job. Iron is grounding, it's calming, it's protective. We're going to talk about carnelian, citrine, and amethyst, and all three of those are three different colors, and they are silica and iron. So how do they end up being three different colors? Here is a fun little fact. It depends on the heat that Mother Earth decides to cook them at. Okay? So When crystals are growing and you have silica, quartz, if iron comes in and starts sprinkling on the quartz, because iron and quartz grow together. I mean, they are best buddies. So iron comes in, sprinkles on the quartz. When it is heated to like 200 to 250 degrees Celsius, not Fahrenheit, Celsius, it starts to turn purple. That's amethyst. By definition, purple quartz is amethyst. Amethyst means purple. Then it gets heated to like 400 to 450 degrees Celsius. That amethyst starts turning yellow. This is how heat treated citrine starts out as amethyst, but is yellow. And the purists are like, well, that's not a real crystal. That's fake citrine. And the scientists are like, that is still a crystal. When the iron heats, it changes colors. And when you change the color of a crystal, the name changes. Citrine literally means yellow. Okay? Let's keep heating. 500 to 550 degrees Celsius, it starts turning orange. And that's where you get carnelian from. Now, carnelian does not grow in the same shape as amethyst or citrine. It grows in a totally different shape, but it's got to have high heat to get that orange color. Okay. So some people call this red chalcedony. Chalcedony is a type of quartz. But carnelian is the most common name, and it is translucent. Some people confuse it with orange or red jasper. Jasper is not translucent. You cannot see through it. This you can see into it, not through it, but you can see into it, and that's what translucent means. This has got a blend of like, reds and oranges. And when you start studying colors, I go deeper into colors in the advanced class, but when you study colors, what is red? Red is fire, right? It's warm. Orange is like earthy fire, okay? It's like the brownish, reddish turns orange. It's earthy fire. Now you know what carnelian does. This is a stimulating crystal. It lights a fire. It is a warming crystal. Now, the number one way that I use this is for cats who are going into kidney decline. Make carnelian water. We will talk about that. It's going to be tomorrow that we're going to do we'll do it first thing in the morning. Carnelian water is amazing for cats or even dogs having kidney issues. And I'll teach you how to make it. I'll teach you how to offer regular water and carnelian water. But this is my number one for older cats. Make them carnelian water. Remember what iron does in the body. Okay? Cleanses the blood, cleanses the organs, boosts immunity, boosts vitality. When people have low iron, they are fatigued. They just don't feel good. Iron gives vitality. It's like that fire. It just lights you up, it gives you energy, and you feel good. It also helps us absorb other minerals better. Okay? This is a vitality crystal. So, cats in kidney decline, senior pets start getting a little lethargic. Give them carnelian water, put carnelian in their bed. Like, I'm going to teach you all these techniques tomorrow. But carnelian is vitality, life force energy for senior pets. Really good for pets who are sad, that may be grieving the loss of a person or a pet. It's very grounding because it has iron. Okay, it's a really good, even though it's a fiery crystal, it's grounded. It's not like spastic energy. It's grounded. Like I feel good. I feel good. I'm not hyper. I just feel really good. That's what this crystal does. So it restores vitality and it's very beneficial for animals that have been abused or have negative patterns because it's got that grounded energy where you can start working with them. Okay, you got to ground their energy. Now, when you have crystals that have silica quartz in them, they're going to be cold to the touch. That's how you know it's real. Silica is always, 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 always cold. The bigger the piece, the colder it is. If it's a little small piece, you're probably going to be able to warm it up pretty quickly in your hands, but as soon as you set it down, it's going to go cold. If you pick up a carnelian and it feels warm, it could be fake. It could be fake. Or maybe it just has more iron than quartz in it. Okay. I really don't see a lot of fake carnelian on the market. Carnelian's pretty abundant. Okay. They don't really need to fake it. But if for some reason you think it's glass, I mean, one surefire test is to smash it on the ground. If it's glass, it's going to smash into pieces. If it's quartz, it's going to break cleanly into two, maybe three pieces. Okay. If you feel it's painted, just put acetone, nail polish remover on it and it'll take it right off. All right. Any questions? Did you offer carnelian? Do you have a pet there? Feel free to tell me if you have a pet that resonated with any of these.
Mine won't come back. So he's
Oh, that's
not
okay.
he's not feeling it today.
That's quite all right. Okay, anybody else have a pet resonate with carnelian? Okay. Yeah, so they will, and I'll talk more about this tomorrow when I talk more techniques. I just want to get the crystals done. But when you offer a crystal to them and let them choose, because they have consent, they have free will. They can tell you no, but when you just hold it out, it's just fascinating to see if they come to it. And when they are drawn to a crystal, it tells you what they're working on. So you can start looking at the crystal and it's like, oh, they need a little more energy. Maybe their kidneys are struggling. So you can start to decipher what's going on based on the crystals that they are drawn to. All right, let's go to citrine. I'm thinking we might get through these 10 crystals before we break today. Wouldn't that be awesome? All right, citrine. Okay, so I talked about a lot of citrine on the market is heat treated, which means they didn't allow the earth to heat the quartz that had the iron on it, that first heated to amethyst. And then if it got hot enough, it would heat to citrine all on its own. If you see the real lemon yellow or like the kind of burnt orange, and it's just on the tips. It's got a white bottom, the quartz, and then the color is on the tips. That is a sure sign it's heat treated. It is still a real crystal. I have tested this endlessly. It is still a real crystal. It has a crystalline lattice. It's just when they brought it above ground and they exposed it to heat, it changed the iron. And when the iron heats up and changes from purple to yellow, you change the name. So here's the thing. Oh my gosh, we were talking about this last weekend in the advanced class when we get really deep into fake crystals and all the fake made up names. It drives me bananas. And I'm seeing yellow amethyst on the market. No, no, no. Amethyst by definition means purple. If it's turned yellow and is no longer purple, you take the amethyst out of the equation. It was an amethyst and then it changed. Okay, it's kind of like how I used to have dark auburn hair and now it's white. I don't tell people, oh, I'm silver auburn. No, the auburn's gone. Like, can't talk about what was. Like, no, no, we have to. I am a stickler about names. I call myself the Crystal Grinch. I ruin a lot of people's, fun names with crystals. I like the real names. Citrine means yellow. It's yellow quartz. I see lemon quartz out there. No, let's stop with the fruit names. No, no, citrine. That is the mineralogical name that has been filed with the International Mineralogical Commission. Everybody accepts it. It's the name. Heat treated is citrine. Okay, it really is. Now, when you find natural citrine, where Mother Earth did all the heating herself, her little oh, what were those ovens that I'm dating myself? Back in the 70s that we played Easy Bake Ovens. The Easy Bake Oven. If you don't know what I'm talking about, I loved my Easy Bake Oven. All the cakes were raw. They didn't bake because we were using a light bulb. But when we allow Mother Earth to basically be the Easy Bake Oven, she will give us natural citrine. You're going to pay a lot more. It is usually about 10 times the price to get a natural citrine. Now, it's not going to look lemon yellow at all. It's going to look a little orangish yellow or even smoky yellow. And I've seen some sellers, it could be intentional or they could just be ignorant, where they have taken a smoky quartz and labeled it a natural citrine. Because the one on the right, doesn't that look like a smoky? Even the one in the middle kind of looks like a smoky quartz. But when you hold them up to something yellow, you will see the yellow hue in it. It is not just brown, like smoky quartz is just brown. I'll take these and I'll hold them up to a smoky and I see the yellow. That's how you know it's real. Okay? Either way, please don't feel bad if you have heat treated citrine. I have heat treated citrine. It works perfectly fine. It works perfectly fine. This is an energy crystal. This is a happiness crystal. What does yellow represent? The sun. What happens when the sun comes out? Everybody's happy. Everybody's full of energy. I live here in Michigan where we probably only have sunshine maybe 90 days a year. When the sun comes out, we are super happy and our animals are super happy. This again is silica, which just moves energy in the body. So it's getting rid of things that are in the way and disrupting harmony in the body. And it's iron. Iron cleanses the blood, cleanses organs, helps us absorb minerals. It's very grounding, it's very protecting. And now you know what citrine does. But because of the yellow that's added, this is color therapy we're getting into. It is a happy crystal. It is a joyful crystal. This is fantastic for animals that are lethargic. Maybe they're just older. Maybe they are grieving the loss of a person or a pet, or maybe they lost their favorite toy. This, because it's working on, and I'll get into chakras tomorrow, but it's working on solar plexus energy, which is where confidence and empowerment and courage is stored. This is really good for animals that lack that confidence, like the little dog that starts barking his head off at everyone and everything, including the big Saint Bernard. He goes to the doggy playground, and this little 4-pound Yorkie sees the Saint Bernard and is off to get it. That dog actually needs confidence because that dog is in an energy of, I'm going to get you before you get me. Like I'm so small, I gotta go in for a sneak attack before you can get me. If that dog just had confidence and courage, that little dog would look at the big dog and say, "Yeah, I'm not gonna play in your big energy field. I'm gonna play over here with the little dogs. Like I'm not threatened by you. I'm okay." That's what citrine does. It gives that confidence to not be the little dog going after the big dog, okay? So it has that grounding, that calming, that protective energy because it has iron in it. Okay. All right. Questions about citrine? Okay. Just interrupt me if you have questions or if you want to share something. I want to make sure we get through these 10 and then we will break for the day. All right, let's go to Moonstone. Oh, this is your nurturing. This is the mother crystal. It resonates with the moon. This is the crystal of flow. All right. It is phenomenal for calming animals, especially animals like Rudy, who he's so calm now, just from brushing him with that amethyst, he's having a nap over here. But Rudy is a drama queen. Seriously, Stella, I, you'll see Stella tomorrow. Stella is like a bull in a china shop, but she wants to just mother him and clean his face, and he will be like, get away from me, you're in my energy field. He's such a drama queen. So this is Rudy Stone. It's like she wants to mother you, she wants to nurture you. Let her do that. You're fine, you don't need to be a drama queen. It's fantastic for pregnant animals. It's fantastic if they are nursing animals. It is really beneficial for newborns or just the really young kittens, puppies, and other young animals that don't have a mom. So, I have fostered bottle baby kittens, put a moonstone with them. It's just got this nurturing energy to them. It is also great for animals that have emotional based digestive issues. Okay, if you have tried everything medically and there is still digestive issues happening, it could be emotional. Okay, um, you could put, and again, they got to be big pieces because you don't ever want little pieces around that could be picked up and swallowed. But you could put a big piece next to a food bowl. This is where you're playing pet detective. Like we've tried all the medical things and nothing's working. We got some mystery things going on here. The stomach sits in the empowerment center. This is where emotions start taking root before they come up to the heart. And a lot of digestive issues are emotional. A lot. Okay, so moonstone is good for that. It's good for hormone balance. So if animals have yet to be spayed or neutered and they're in heat, oh my gosh, I would moonstone the heck out of every space. Like they need to chill out a little bit. It's really good for sleep issues. It's very soothing. It's very, very, very calming. I just love the look of moonstone, and there's all different colors. There's, cream moonstone, there's black moonstone, but it grows in layers. It's a combination of orthoclase and elbite, and it grows stacked in layers. It's cold to the touch. Okay, so you know it's real. I haven't seen moonstone being faked, so I wouldn't worry about that. Um, but if it is going to be faked, it's usually plastic or glass. Okay. So, all right. So this is a very protective, motherly, nurturing crystal for animals that need a little nurturing. All right, let's go to malachite. Okay, now this one is on the toxic list because malachite forms as a secondary mineral from the copper. Okay, so those that are mining copper are finding malachite. Now, you may also see malachite growing with a blue crystal. That's called azurite. I talk about azurite in my advanced class. That also comes out of the copper growth process. So we don't want too much copper, and that's why if you have a raw piece, just wash your hand afterward. You're going to be okay. But like I'm not going to be combing any animal with a raw piece of malachite. This is why I like the polish. Remember, I said there's a time and a place for every size, every type of crystal. When I am working with animals, it is primarily polished or the druzy for combing. Those are my top two. Number three is going to be a point. So, malachite, this is the crystal that I like for reprogramming unwanted behaviors. Okay, so if you, adopt a pet, you have a pet come into your life, and there's some bad habits that they learned, like dogs jumping on people because they weren't taught to not jump. Um, Cats that are using couches as claw posts. I mean, cats need to claw. You just have to retrain them onto a scratch post. This is what I like to work with. Um, how you identify it, and I do see this faked. How you identify it, it's always green, varying shades of green. There's no black. If you see black, it's fake. And it's got rings and swirls in it. That's how you know it's real malachite. Okay, it's got these rings, little swirls. The waves create this like bullseye effect. So, and again, it's cold to the touch. A lot of crystals are cold. That's how you're going to know. Now, this is also a fantastic crystal for pets that have arthritis. They may have pain, they may have stiffness because of the copper content. When you start researching copper and what copper does, we have to have some copper in the body, just not a lot, so that we end up with copper toxicity. But copper is also beneficial if we are lethargic, if we are even restless, so going at either end of the spectrum. Copper brings good energy. So copper is also beneficial for like nervous system disorders like epilepsy, vertigo. It can transmute electromagnetic frequencies. Okay. Very grounding. Copper is considered a heavy metal, so it's grounding. And I like to work with it when animals are in unnatural settings, which means they're not at home. So you take your dog to a boarding facility when you're on vacation. I mean, you could put a crystal charm, you could put a big piece, not anything that can be swallowed. You can put it in their pet bed, just to help them deal with an unnatural environment that is not home. But it's fantastic for left and right brain imbalances that can happen during unwanted behaviors coming out. You can use this during training. So I have a dog trainer who's a good friend of mine, and she likes to put a malachite in her right pocket when she's doing dog training so that she becomes the malachite energy for the dog. Why the right pocket? The right side of our body sends energy. The left side of our body, we are taking it in. So if you ever want to carry a crystal on you to get in the right frequency of working with animals, normally I'd have you put crystals in your left pocket. You are taking on the crystal energy and becoming it. But when you want an animal to basically take on that frequency, put it in your right pocket and it goes out that way. Okay. All right. Let's go to aventurine. We are moving along.
Allie, I'm sorry. I have
Oh, it's okay.
two quick questions about the malachite.
Please do. Please interrupt me.
Okay, so I did not hear you mention for animals that we need to ameliorate its energy with rhodochrosite
Yeah, because this,
because they
yeah,
don't have the emotional back issues or baggage.
this, now, thank you for saying that. So, malachite for people is my number one crystal for purging toxic emotions.
Mhm.
And it is harsh. It's like going under surgery without anesthesia. Malachite doesn't care. Malachite is just going to purge those emotions. So you pair it with rhodochrosite to soften the release of the emotions. Unless you are really dealing with like a severe case of abuse, neglect, or even torture, where the animal really shows negative emotions, like this is working differently with animals. It's working on retraining the behavior,
Mhm.
which is more of a brain thing going on. But if you notice that the animal just like they're just they're just purging emotions, then yes, thank you for bringing that up. Pair it with a rhodochrosite so that it's softer. Not all animals are going to do this. Animals do not harbor negative emotions like humans do. I mean, we are like the ultimate hoarders. We just can't let go of certain emotions. Animals overall are really good. Not all, but most they just spontaneously release. When they encounter something that's fearful, after the fear is gone, they literally shake.
Mhm.
They've already expelled it. Humans don't really do that. But when you encounter an extreme situation, yes, this can work and they will start purging those emotions, which then can help retraining bad behaviors, negative behaviors, harmful behaviors. So
Thank you.
pair it with the rhodochrosite. Thank you for bringing that up.
Sure. And my other quick question, and I think I know the answer to this, but um, if my husband uses it to deprogram his dog's behaviors, he's left-handed, so he would put it in his left pocket, correct?
Well, we're not dealing with hands, we're dealing with just the energies of the body. And generally, the right hand, and he'll have to test it. Maybe
Okay.
he wants one in each pocket. So, taking away the hands where we send energy, yes, the hand that you write with, your dominant hand, tends to be our sending hand. The hand that we don't write with is our receiving hand. Many people are energetically ambidextrous. We can send and receive with both hands.
Okay.
Take the hands out of the equation, the body 99.9% of the time, regardless of what hand you write with, the right sends, the left receives. Because the left side of the body is feminine. Feminine energy receives, the right side of the body is masculine. Masculine sends. So it's a different thing, but have
Okay.
have him test it out and see what he thinks.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, good questions. All right, let's go to green aventurine. This is the rescue crystal. This is the crystal that I am working with, and I am loading up my pockets when I am working with shelter animals and abused and neglected animals. This is the reason that I started my business in 2011 because I have spent my legal career working with shelter, abused, and neglected animals. This helps with emotional scars. This helps with fear. This is a quartz blended with fuchsite. Okay, the fuchsite gives it this internal shimmer. It is almost always polished so that you can see into it. Um, but fuchsite has chrome in it. So we're not going to be making green aventurine water to drink. Now, I say aventurine, some people say aventurine, tomato, however you want to say it, okay? Um, it can go in liquid for cleansing, just don't drink it because it has chrome in it. And it's cold to the touch. This is tremendous nervous system support because animals that have been abused, animals with emotional scars, animals that have just been rescued. I mean, they may not have trauma, but they have lost a home, they have been abandoned, they went into a shelter where maybe some animals don't make it out alive, and all of that can really impact their energy and their nervous system. This is calming. Green is a calm color. You know, people um, who are, going to, like be on like a television show, they sit in a green room beforehand to calm them down. In prisons and psychiatric hospitals, they have green rooms to calm people down. Green is calming. This calms the nervous system. It's very, very soothing. I like what it does for healing emotional scars and past trauma. So think of animals that can suffer trauma. The greyhound racing dogs, that's still a thing here in the US. Dogs that have been trained to be in dogfighting rings, they were taught that. You can undo it. Animals are not born that way, they were taught to be that way. Animals that were the bait in dogfighting. I mean, unfortunately, this is what I dealt with in my legal career, teaching people how to investigate and prosecute dogfighters. It's a thing. Hoarding situations, cats in hoarding situations, highly neglected, not having a lot of human touch. Puppy mills, dogs and puppy mills, okay? This is a great, great crystal. Feral animals that you're bringing in to socialize, this is a great crystal, okay? It eases anxiety, it eases nervousness. It is different than amethyst, which I'm going to get to. I like it for highly sensitive animals, animals that are easily frightened, dogs that are highly reactive, like dogs that are already clawing and scratching at the front window because the FedEx guy drove into the neighborhood. Like they can't even see the truck yet, and they're already losing it. Green aventurine along that window ledge. Let's just put the crystals where they freak out. And there you go. And see how that works. It's good for horses that spook easily. Okay. So I love green aventurine. This is such a great crystal to ease and soothe the nervous system. And right now, I have yet to meet a dog that doesn't have anxiety. And a lot of that is because of the Earth's frequency. There are a lot of things happening that are unseen, and they are so sensitive and reactive to it. Green aventurine. This is a good one to work with. Okay, let's go to rose quartz. Rose quartz, known as the heart healer. And now you know why. It has titanium, it has magnesium or manganese in it. It is formed under high heat and high pressure. It is durable, which is why it strengthens the heart. I mean, it's just such a strong crystal. Also has iron in it. Um, it's going to be cold to the touch, okay, because it's got quartz. It's got quartz silicon. It's going to be cold to the touch. Now, this is a crystal that is used on everything heart related. Okay, so physically strengthens the heart and the circulatory system. It strengthens the lungs. It warms and it moves blood. That's what iron does. It moves blood, it moves circulation. Um, I like it for pets with dementia. So I have recently discovered that my 18-year-old Dobby has some signs of dementia, and I think it's because he has a mass over his heart that he's on some traditional medicine for it, and that medicine can cause some dementia. So I've got rose quartz everywhere because he'll just start walking around the house just meowing and howling, and that's a sign of dementia when they walk around and they appear lost. This is a great one for dementia. I tested it out with my mom. My mom had dementia and Alzheimer's and eventually passed away with it. And I had a huge chunk of it under her bed at the assisted living facility, and it helps with fear because that's what happens when the brain starts misfiring. They become fearful because they're just not thinking right. So that's why Dobby in the middle of the night will start meowing like, "Where are you? Where are you?" And he'll just wander around looking for me and meowing. It's a little bit of fear. So rose quartz really helps with that. But this is also a crystal that works on the emotions. It's very soothing. I mean, the color frequency of pink is basically wrap yourself in a warm blanket, give yourself a hug. This is very nurturing, mothering energy. It's very calming. So, pets that are in trauma, that are in crisis, and that trauma could simply be trying to put your cat in a cat carrier to just go for a veterinary checkup. My cats act like they are being tortured. So and I'll show you tomorrow, I hang crystals on their cat carrier. It's like, oh my gosh, drama queens, really? Like, come on. But for animals that are in trauma or crisis, maybe you're out walking your dog and another animal comes in and attacks your dog. Okay. Yes, take them to the veterinary clinic, get them fixed up, but then put rose quartz with them to undo that trauma, to unwind that frequency and help them with the crisis. It's also very comforting during grief. This is a great grief crystal. So Rudy has lost two siblings. I mean, not biological, but he lost a sister and a brother. And I would find him literally curled up around chunks of rose quartz. He would curl his body up around it. He knew it was really drawn to it. So this is physical and emotional heart healer. Now, I want to tell you that pink quartz and strawberry quartz are not rose quartz. Rose quartz, we can put in water and we can drink. I mean, it's quartz, it's titanium, and it's iron. We can drink all of that. Okay? We can't drink pink quartz and we can't really drink strawberry quartz. Let me explain. Pink quartz is real. It is very rare. It is outrageously expensive, probably 100 times the price of rose quartz. It only comes from one location in Brazil and it is full of aluminum. This is why we don't drink it. I see stores labeling rose quartz as pink quartz. No, that's not right. Pink quartz is so rare, it is often made in a laboratory. Okay, so just be very cautious about anything labeled pink quartz. It's not rose quartz, and it very well could be pink glass. It could be fake. If it's real, you're going to pay a lot of money, a lot. Now, strawberry quartz, on the other hand, again, is real, and it's a blend of rose quartz and hematite. Hematite comes through as like reddish glitter. That's what it looks like. So it creates this pink blended with reddish glitter, and it looks like strawberries. I mean, it has a strawberry color to it. Again, very rare and very expensive. When I see strawberry quartz bracelets for $10, that is pure glass. Because a strawberry quartz bracelet would be probably $200 to $300. Okay? Be very cautious. I have so much fake strawberry quartz here that I now use as teaching tools. It is amazing. It is amazing how much fake strawberry quartz is out there. So just be cautious. All right, let's go to blue lace agate. Okay, we got 3 more crystals left and then we will break for the day. Blue lace agate. Oh my gosh, this is one of my favorites for animals because, I mean, when you just think of blue, like when you look at this, it's calming. Blue is cool, it's calming. And what happens when something is cool and calming? It's anti-inflammatory, both physically and emotionally. So this is a blend of chalcedony, which is agate and quartz, and then the blue is coming from a mineral called crocodilite. Now, blue lace agate is a banded agate. You can see the bands when you look at it. Okay, you can see the stripes of the layers of the chalcedony and the blue, the chalcedony and the blue. You see that. Agates are very plentiful. Blue lace agate, not so much, which is why when you find it, it's usually little pieces. I would love a big bowling ball size piece, but when miners get a big piece, instead of selling one big bowling ball, they're going to chop it up into like 500 little pieces because it's not very common. It is almost always polished so that you can see the inner beauty. I mean, the raw pieces are fantastic, but it takes, you really got to look to see the layers. But when they polish it, you can see it. And the beauty, literally, the internal crystal structure is showing you from the inside out what it is. So, because this has quartz in it, it is cold to the touch. And it is cooling for inflammation, physical inflammation. Think of, um, dogs that have arthritis, dogs that have hip dysplasia. If an animal accidentally gets burned or they, go skidding across cement or rugs and they get rug burns, use this as a cooling patch. You can literally put it directly on. If they get burned, if they get too much sun, if they get scraped, um, incisions, if they have surgery, incisions are hot. Like literally, if you hold your hand over an incision, it's hot. So think of spay incisions, surgical incisions. I'll teach you tomorrow how to make blue lace agate water. That's one of the crystals we're going to drink tomorrow. You could turn it into a spray. You could spray like a bandage and put it on. You can spray it on their body. It's very soothing, it's very cooling, but energetically, it is emotionally cooling for the dogs that excessively bark. We never want to have an animal not bark or not meow or not chirp if they're a bird. But when it's excessive, they are basically barking their anxiety, they are meowing their anxiety. You can cool their throat chakra so that it's just not so inflamed. It's not going to get rid of it. It's just going to help them calm down emotionally, behaviorally, physically. It's going to help them calm down. If 2 animals get into a fight, I would start tossing blue lace agate in the middle of them until you can get in and safely take them apart. So anger is coming out of the stomach, the solar plexus, the power center. Remember, the solar plexus is yellow. We'll talk about this more tomorrow. On the color scale, the opposite of yellow is blue. So when an animal gets angry, you, if it's safe, can rub blue lace agate over their stomach. Calm down that anger. You can go right down their back if they don't like their belly touched, okay? This is a great crystal to comb over them, to rub all over them, massage all over them, give them blue lace agate water. It's safe to do that. This is calming physically and emotionally. Okay. Also good for separation anxiety. Okay. Two more. Let's go to amethyst. So I've talked about how amethyst, if it continues to be heated, it's going to turn yellow. It can even turn green, but then the yellow can turn orange. Okay. The green is called praesiolite, which is green amethyst. Not the right word for it because the purple is gone. But how you tell heat, because amethyst itself can be heat treated. The earth can do it, or it can be done above ground. And how you know it's heat treated, you see purple on the tips, see on the right here, and you see the quartz at the base. That's a clear sign of heat treatment. But it's still a crystal and it's still amethyst because the iron turned purple. So amethyst comes in all different shades, and it just depends on the concentration of iron. The deeper the purple, the more iron it has, which means it's more grounding, it's more protective. Remember, coat of shining armor. So this is, again, think of iron, what it does. Balances hormones, balances metabolism, cleanses the organs and bloods. Because it is purple, whereas citrine is yellow and carnelian is orange, those are warm colors. This is very cooling and calming. So it's great for nervous system calming, great for calming anxiety and agitation. If animals get stressed out during transport, if you're taking them to a veterinary clinic or taking them on vacation or moving, amethyst is good. So when I moved my cats 90 minutes to the Michigan Lake Shore a couple of months ago, I had amethyst in the car, I had blue lace agate in the car, I had black tourmaline in the car. These are all very grounding, so that we had a very smooth transition. When I moved them into the house, I put them all in the same bedroom so that they have a safe room. And I had crystals that were grounding in there. I had already moved the crystals. Okay. So very calming to the nervous system. And because it is cooling, it clears heat. Heat is inflammation in the body. Heat is inflamed emotions. So again, you can work this both ways. It is a great crystal for the animals who are always on guard, like the dogs. They always think another dog is out to get them, and they're like, "I'm looking over here. I'm looking over here. I'm looking over here." Like, "Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I'm at the dog park. Oh my gosh. There's a dog. There's a dog." Like, dude, let's calm down. You're okay, because I'm here. You're okay. Amethyst. Okay, this is a good one to work with. Having clusters in the environment, very calming and soothing. The silica elevates the energy, and the amethyst calms the energy. And simultaneously, we need to do both. We need to do both of these. Okay, that's the energies that we're in. So I love a good chunk of amethyst. You know, amethyst is very affordable. You can buy really nice pieces and just stick it front and center where everybody is hanging out and watch how the transition happens with the animals. Very calming, very soothing. All right, and then last but not, oh, this is what the combing looks like, the druzy. This is what I just love. This is my go-to with so many animals. All right, let's go to the last crystal and let's go to clear quartz. Clear quartz is known as the master healer because it does everything. It really does. Its only function is to move chi. Chi is energy. It moves chi in the body. It moves energy in the body. And if there is a block, if there is something going on, it starts working on moving it. It's basically like if you get a hair clog in your drain, this is the hair clog remover. It's like, let's just get it going. We got to get energy flowing in the body. Now, this is the most faked crystal on the market. There is a lot of glass being sold as clear quartz. This is why I recommend you're going to look for three things. Number one, is it six-sided? If it's in its natural formation, it's going to have six sides to it. That's how it grows. If it's polished, you're not going to know. Number two, it's cold to the touch. Okay. Number three, look for the inclusions, the swirls, the activity inside of it. If it is just totally clear, you need to be cautious. So those are three things that you can look at. If you've got, even just cold to the touch, it still can be clear all the way through. And if it is cold, it's real. Because there is some clear quartz. If given enough time in the earth, and if it's subjected to like real extreme pressure, and if it's very deep down, it'll become very clear. Okay? So don't let that tell you that it's not real. Okay? Just if you see all of these inclusions and swirls, that tells you it's real. That's hard to replicate in the laboratory. If it's made in the laboratory, it's glass, so it's easily going to shatter, and it's warm to the touch. It's going to be room temperature. Quartz is not room temperature, it's cold to the touch. Now, this is the most powerful because it does move energy in the body. It is piezoelectric, which means that's what it does. It gets things going, it gets energy moving. Quartz has been proven we can store information in it, which is why Silicon Valley works with it. So we could program a crystal with an intention for our pet. Now, we can't force healing on a pet, but we could, and I'll teach you this tomorrow, we can program a crystal to work with our pet and then we put it in their bed. Okay, so we can store information in a crystal. Crystals amplify other crystals and amplify other energies. We can program quartz. Quartz does a lot, and it's the most abundant mineral and most abundant crystal on this planet, which is why I don't know why they fake it. We don't need fake quartz, but it's out there. So you can use it for so many things, and you can pair it with any of these other crystals to amplify the effects of these other crystals. Okay? So especially if I'm going into a shelter, the one thing that I will do is I will put a calming crystal in one pocket, and then I will put a clear quartz in my other pocket so that I am very grounded to work with them, but I have high frequency because animals are higher frequency than we are. I want to meet them on their level. Those are the two things I do. I have my pockets full of crystals when I go work with animals. So, okay. Oh, well, we have 2 minutes to spare. So we are done for today. We're going to come back same time, same place tomorrow. Do you have any questions right now? All right. Hearing no questions, we will start the morning doing our crystal taste testing. So if you can try to make sure that like you haven't drank any coffee or tea for I'd say at least a half an hour before class, then you'll understand when we do the taste testing. of our crystal water. So just have that first thing in the morning. And if you are able to print out the sacred geometry patterns in the very back of your book and have those, we'll also be working on making grids tomorrow. And then we will do a body layout if you have a cooperative animal. If you don't have one, then I will just talk you through it and I'm going to show a bunch of videos tomorrow. Okay?
Yeah. I'll be in a hotel, no animal.
No animal, that's okay.
Just my husband, but I don't think that counts.
That's okay.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Kelly, you did it. You stayed up all night. All right.
I'm going straight to bed now.
Okay. All right. We'll see you same time, same place tomorrow. Okay.
Bye.
Bye, everybody. Bye, Leslie.